And then I've got another 100 to do something with.
Yeah, and we can start now. Let's start with XP. Gustav, what are you going to buy?
Yeah, give me.
I only have 95.
Brian, you have to speak louder. I can barely hear you.
I only have 95.
Okay. What about you, Johannes?
I'm confused because I'm looking at my thing now and it says I have 390, and that feels wrong.
I think you spent most of it last time, right?
Right, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So I don't know what the deal with that is. So let's just go with today that I don't have any to spend, and I'll forensically figure out what the hell is going on with my thing. I wonder if it just didn't save correctly after I did all the stuff last time.
Sure. And what about you, Lambert? What are you going to buy?
All right, so I'm going to buy into Charlatan.
Nice, very nice.
And I'm going to pick up the talent Mimic.
Mimic, cool. So this allows you to, well, mimic other people, right?
Yes, my previous career was or whatever it is, agitator.
Agitator, yes.
Yeah, you were agitator. Yeah.
And
You're agitating
my
people.
Current career is
Latin.
Yep. Yeah,
that's on page 64.
Yeah, I have my rule book open, of course, but remember that you guys, that Polish edition is slightly different than the English one, so.
Mimic. And I have to look up.
So now you look like a chest, but you eat people.
No, I prefer going with the non-standard mimics. I look like a wardrobe, but I eat people's old clothes.
Okay.
Nice. Like that reference, Sean. Very nice, very nice.
88.
Okay, so who's making notes today, by the way? Because the document is already made, so...
I feel like it might be my turn, but I'm hoping it's not.
Michael, didn't you had one last turn to...
As I mentioned to them, I'm going to have to listen to the old episodes just because I cannot rightfully recover.
I took notes the last time Michael had finished.
Yeah.
And I had one to do because one of my notes got lost. So I did last session.
Yeah.
And then it's Sean up again.
Okay.
I've got some Frostgrave terrain updates I got to make, so I'm just going to listen to the old episodes while I'm doing that and take notes from that.
Sure. So I guess Sean, if that's fine with you, then I'll be much obliged.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, man.
What the hell is going on here?
So as usual, I suggest making notes not in Roll20, not in the Roll20 editor, but in some kind of a doc.
I'm doing it in a LibreOffice writer document.
Okay, and that's a very good choice, I think. Okay, so last time, let's remind everyone what happened. Gustav and Johannes, you were asked by Dankmar Lightfoot to fetch a parcel from the docks. More specifically, from members of the infamous fish gang. There are two main gangs in Altdorf: the fish and the hooks, and they are, of course, always at war with each other. The fish are, they obviously own most of the dock areas in Altdorf, and they are also known for supporting various revolutionaries, which I would like to remind you that in Sigmar's Holy Empire, any notion of revolution is very much frowned upon, because Sigmar ain't about that shit. He's all about obedience, like a proper Chad that he is. And anyway, you met with a certain gentleman named Kai Schubek, and well, he gave you the parcel, which was this rather nice looking chest wrapped in a burlap sack, and he also asked you to tell Dankmar that next shipment will be more expensive because taxes, because post-war economy basically is a bitch. And of course, what you did after meeting him was to go to your tavern, the Shepherd's Wand, run by the elf Finron, and open the box, open the parcel. Inside there was this very nice looking, master-crafted, container box, chest. It had all those incredible reliefs of, metal reliefs of hunting animals, knights, stuff like that. But also it was clearly it was made by human hand, but you think that it wasn't from the Empire, because the usual iconography and style it wasn't really imperial. And I think that Gustav was the one who found how to open it, because the box didn't have the lock. It was locked.
No, that was Johannes.
Oh, sorry, Johannes. You were the one who managed to open it, because, as I said before, the box was very secured, very securely locked up, but it didn't have any lock. However, you saw that in one of the doors there was this hole in its hide, and you also noted that one of the knights, the foot knights, they were all armed with pikes essentially, and the pike, it came off, like it was. You were able to pull it off and insert it into the bore. This opened the box. Inside the box there were 6 spaces filled with 6 silk, almost certainly, which, very expensive material, silk bags, and it smelled. The insides were smelling smelled very, very strongly. And I think, Gustav, you were the one this time, or I'm also maybe mixing things up.
No, I think it was Gustav that time.
Gustav, yeah. Gustav,
Identified it.
You've identified it because, well, we all know that. I mean, I know, not the guys, but as a game master, I know that in your youth you weren't exactly an angel. So you remember the smell of Crimson Shade, one of the more popular and also incredibly addictive drugs in the old world, used in the old world. Supposedly it originates in Estalia, and the name actually comes from one of the species of oaks, of red oak, that is native to this relatively far away lands to the west. So it turns out that Dankmar ordered drugs. And
Oh no.
and you were discussing what to do with this stuff. Gustav, of course, you didn't knew exactly how much they were worth, the stash, how much was it worth. But like the box itself, it was probably, in double digits when it comes to gold. And the shipment, the Crimson Shade shipment, like we are talking, remember, because I'm not sure if I described it correctly, these are large bags. These are like not huge bags that you put on your back, but like large purses,
Right.
Not small, only a whiff inside kind of bags. No. Every single bag like has few huge spoonfuls of this shit.
Okay, so this is he's obviously, if we get caught, we're getting picked up for distribution as well.
Narcotics
we already
are
delivered.
narcotics are narcotics are officially, of course, outlawed in the Empire. You can use them publicly. You can sell them publicly as well. That said, naturally, as with every civilized nation, there's a huge illicit drug trade.
Man, I've sold weed before. It's okay.
Yeah.
I forgot to ask last session if we'd be able to make the connection, if this is something that the fighter at Dankmar's warehouse would have been on.
I think we did make that connection.
Yeah,
already.
I think you did.
Okay.
You did that connection. By the way, when you were thinking what to do next, you left the drugs in your room, and then 3 of you, Gustav, Johannes, and Marla, you went back to the warehouse where the fight was supposed to take place. That said, Witold Steinhäuser, sorry, the fighter that was acting very strangely a few hours before, was nowhere to be found. And you've met Dankmar, who was, I believe, actually no, sorry, you went back before you went to fetch the drugs, not after. Anyway, Dankmar, I think he just paid.
We got caught though, like in between.
So Finron.
Oh right, yeah, my bad.
We had to have a meal with him to prove that we are not dealing in drugs that
Yeah.
Somebody screwed us over.
Because when you were in your room, Finron came over. I wrote for him for his sense of smell, and given he's an elf, and given that I rolled, I think 12, he essentially smelled the drugs. So of course he was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing here?" And then he saw the drugs, and then he told you that either to GTFO or to explain yourselves. So you kind of explain yourselves. So he suggested that you deliver the drugs to Dankmar, as to not make any, not to make him suspicious in any way, and then meet with him. By him I mean Finron, for a dinner, and to discuss your further options. It was clear that
No, Lambert wasn't there for any of that, though.
no, Lambert wasn't there.
We haven't seen Lambert all day, I don't think.
No, he was. I mean, we'll get there in a second to Lambert because
Yeah.
I
Just
already,
spent the day jerking off. That's all.
yeah, well, if you could get it up, maybe, but no, we'll be back with you in a second. Anyway, after
Don't talk to me about halfling sausage.
anyway, you took the burlap sack with the shipment, brought it back to Dankmar. Dankmar, of course, took it from you, and he also said that you're not really needed for today's fight, which he never did that before, and he paid you like for your services, like if you were present, and told you that you're in touch. It was very clear to both of you and to Marla, but she's an NPC, so who cares, that he was very nervous. And when you were returning to your inn, Gustav and Johannes, the two of you discovered that you've been followed. Oh, sorry, Marla actually stayed at the inn.
Yeah.
So only two of you, yeah. But when two of you were returning, you were followed by two men that you saw a few times before during the fights. You've recognized their faces because they were rather characteristic, and so you've lost them, and you've rendezvoused back at the Shepherd's Wand, where you've talked with Marla about what happened, and after that Finron, after that both of you took long baths, and then you had dinner with the elf. Very good dinner, by the way. Of course, best quality meals, by the way, if you are interested. Some dumplings, stuff like that. Of course, fine wine, the best wine because elves, naturally, they only drink wine. And we've ended, right when you finish the meal, and Finron says to you, "Now let's talk business." But we're not going back to you. We're going to Lambert. Lambert,
Yo!
you were. For the few hours, because it didn't took whole day, that was like 3 hours maybe in-game time total.
So it's time for one.
Yeah, you were staying with your uncle, Dankmar, in the warehouse, and he asked you to stay because he might have a few errands for you to run, stuff like that, to also take care of his visiting extended, family, take care of the little ones, his great second aunt, who came with something to eat. Bonlotta, her name is Bonlotta Dogberry. That said, I think you saw what was happening to the fighter Vitold. I think you also spoken with the boys about his strange behavior. And I would like for you to roll me perception test. Because you weren't exactly, as you put it very eloquently,
No.
allowed to jack off. You actually had to work. No, alright. You want to reroll that?
Not really.
Okay. So, at some point you simply notice that, well, Vitold is nowhere to be seen. He was actually feeling kind of under the weather. At least that's what you thought. But then you see that he's no longer in the main warehouse hall, so where the other fighters are also preparing for the night. But whatever, right? Then you had to run to your uncle's shop to bring some stuff, and when you returned, Dankmar, you see he's kind of reddish on his face, kind of sweaty. I mean, it is a very hot day in Altdorf, but you know, and he looks at you. Oh, Lambert, my boy, come here.
Yeah, what up, buddy?
He's like, you know, he laughs in this rather forceful manner because, well, I mean, he's your uncle, but you know that he's cool when you call him buddy. Oh, no, nothing. Look, I come with me. I need to talk with you about something.
Okay.
Yes. And then you see that when you two are leaving, he snaps his fingers towards two large men at the warehouse entrance, and they just, you know, you see that they've nodded their heads to him, and then they left. You saw them a few times. You know that they are working for your uncle. They are essentially something between hired muscle, couriers, bodyguards, you know, stuff like that. You don't exactly remember their names, but you know, who cares? Dankmar takes you to the faraway corner of the warehouse, and you see that he, all the way, he just constantly is rubbing his forehead with a very nice looking handkerchief, you know, that is just like damp with sweat right now.
You okay there, Dunkmar? You look a little nervous.
No, actually, I'm not, Lambert. I'm really not, and that's what I wanted to speak with you about. I may have a little problem that I've just discovered.
Okay,
with your friends.
My friends are the problem?
Yes, but please keep your voice down, he says. You know.
Oh, okay, yeah. My friends are the problem?
Yes. You see, you know, I really enjoy their company, Gustav and Johannes and that blonde girl Marla. They are all very nice people. But lately, I've been talking to a few of my fighters and other people who are working with me. And there have been some problems, I think. Gustav and Johannes, they are in the apothecary trade, right? I mean, they know their way about... they know the way around, you know, potions, herbs, stuff like that, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Used to me.
Yes. So, you know that for the last, like, 2 fights, my fighters, like, didn't really perform that well, even though I'm not really skipping on the coin when it comes to their food and accommodation, and you actually know that. You know that, you know, all the Dankmar's fighters, they actually eat at his place. He cooks their meals personally.
I mean, you could just cut back a little bit. I mean, they're probably just getting a little bit fat and lazy.
No. Please, boy, don't be dense, he says. It's not about that. They've been, you know, complaining about not feeling very well. Like last week it was Frederick. This week it's Witold. As you've probably seen, Witold, well, he's not in the main hall. I had to send him home actually because he's not feeling very good. And he told me that both of them actually told me that they started to feel not too well, not after they've eaten at my place, but after Johannes and Gustav, you know, they did their checks on them, you know, passed them some water, stuff like that. And now I'm thinking, Lambert.
You want to get to the point, Dunkmar?
Yes, if I am trying to get to the point. I'm thinking that perhaps your friends are not as trustworthy as they seem to. Actually...
Are you saying my friends are rats, Dunkmar?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Lambert. Nothing really can escape you,
Uncle
can it?
Dunkmar, for shame.
Now, boy, watch your tone with me. These are not unwanted accusations, actually, and because, unlike the tall folk of the Empire, us Halflings, we like to have our proof. I would like to get proof of this. I've sent 2 of my men, you saw them at the entrance, Bertrand and Engelbert,
Okay.
to see exactly where your friends are going and what are they doing. Just in case.
I mean,
but
I like Bertrand and I like Engelbert just fine. They're perfectly funny guys, but like that's the kind of guys that you like point at a map and say go there. They don't really know what they're looking at.
yes, that's why I'm speaking to you, my boy. You are inquisitive, fairly smart, and you know your way around, well, this empire that we live in. You know how to talk, you know how to get yourself out of trouble, and most of all, you know those 2 Longshanks, Gustav and Johannes, and that girl Marla, although I'm fairly certain that if they really are guilty of what I'm thinking that they're doing, she's probably only their accomplice. I would like for you to scout them out. I am your family, Lambert, and
You're
I don't
wanting me
think
to
this
take-
is-
You want me to duel them?
I want you to make sure that your friends are not harming our family, Lambert. You know
Wait,
that
alright.
concept?
No,
family?
shut up. What you're telling me is that you think that after we have provided a job and food and all that bullshit to Johannes and Gustav, and after Johannes and Gustav followed our stupid idea to hire a fucking slayer to go kill a necromancer guy,
No, don't speak
that they are
so loud about this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hurt your feelings. My bad. That you think that they are drugging your fighters?
They are... I'm not saying that they are drugging my fighters, but I'm not putting it past them. They are human, Lambert. They're not from our kind. Maybe you are too trusting. Maybe that's your problem. Maybe you don't see the bigger picture.
Maybe you're a little paranoid.
Maybe I am.
Maybe you're stuck inside of a smaller picture.
But I am taking care of myself and my own, including you, boy. I would like to remind you that I was the one who extended my hand, his hand, to you when you came to this city.
I haven't forgotten that,
Yes,
and I appreciate that.
and I'm not saying...
That's a really nice thing that you did. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you.
I'll ask a couple of delicate questions about things, and I'll keep it on the down low. And if I see something, I'll intercede. But I'm not gonna stand for any heavy-handed shit. All right?
I'm not talking about any heavy-handed shit, as you very nicely put it, Lambert. I'm only asking you to take a close eye on them. That's it. I'm not asking you to shank them
I'll
in their
keep
sleep.
an eye on it. I'll make sure they're not doing things untoward towards your business here. I mean, I just need you to also remember nothing about your business here is really on the up and up either.
I know. Although, there's a difference between underground fights, which are, well, as you know, the authorities, they're not looking very kindly on them, although they are not technically illegal. But dragging people, Lambert, it is illegal. It is very much illegal. And I can be in trouble, my family can be in trouble, all of my family, my workers can be in trouble, and you can be in trouble.
How am I in trouble? I didn't know about it.
Well, I hope that it won't come to that.
Hmm.
Anyway, I loved chatting with you, nephew, but I have things to do, ways to go, stuff like that. Thank you for your consideration, and I wish you farewell, fair tidings, as they say.
Mm.
And with that, he once again wiped his brow with the, like right now it's dripping, with the handkerchief, and very quickly, with as much dignity as he could probably muster, he just almost ran away from you. And now I would like for you, Lambert, to roll me, and this is for the whole conversation. Roll me perception test. Given how you've spoken with him, I think I'll give you plus 10%
Okay.
against his fellowship.
Alright, one sec. There
The
it is.
plot thickens, as they say. Nice!
Plus
Yeah.
10, that's fucking rad, yeah.
Yeah,
Beat that, you old bitch.
he didn't, just so you know. Now,
Yeah, that's
there was something very off about this conversation for you. He, like, you've known your uncle for a long time, and you know how he speaks, how he acts, how he reacts. Like, this wasn't really him. He slipped a
Some
few
caught in a trap.
times. He slipped a few times. He actually, you know that he made threats even to you when he said that, my family might be in trouble, you might be in trouble. That means that, it wasn't, like, it was fairly subtle, but the threat was still there. But all the while he was speaking to you, he was actually darting with his eyes left to right. He was very nervous. He was playing with his fingers. Like someone who's not really honest, completely honest at least.
Got
So-
it.
What are we going to do now, Lambert?
Do I have any idea where Johannes and Gustav are?
Oh yeah, by the way, sorry. Dankmar also told you that he sent them home because he doesn't need them. He doesn't need any of you for tonight's fight. So you guess that they are probably in the Shepherd's Wand.
Got it.
Does he know about the bit before that? Before we went to get the drugs, where we said that
I don't know about
Dr.
the
was
drugs.
acting weird.
No, I mean, Lambert, you knew that they were supposed to fetch something for your uncle, some kind of
Yeah,
parcel, but you don't know,
I
of course,
had
the
spent the time like in market. That's
Yeah.
all.
yeah, exactly. So Lambert doesn't know any details of what you guys were doing last
Okay,
session.
okay.
Yeah. Lambert, where to now?
I'm gonna head over there, but for that past bit I said about spending time in market, I'm gonna buy some things. I'm just gonna go ahead and spend the money out. But
Sure.
I'm gonna head over to the wand, see if I can find the boys.
Okay, you're going to the wand, and so if you want to buy something like in your downtime, when last time I only RP'd for Johannes and Gustav, you can of course tell me what it was, spend money.
Yeah.
You don't have to roll anything. Let's say that you found it without any problems. You had enough time. So the streets of Altdorf are of course incredibly busy at this time, and are also incredibly smelly. Not only because of the throngs of humanity and non-humans, but also because Altdorf is a dirty city. The sewers are overflowing. Rotten meat and vegetables, are everywhere. Rats, just shit being thrown through windows. Like you were walking, towards the street of 100 taverns, and some poor bastard in front of you, like a few meters in front of you, he was just doused in urine and feces that were thrown out from a two-story window. Of course, the cursing was so loud that it for a second it was the word drowsed all other sounds on the street. The whole city, you feel like it's just a huge powder keg ready to explode. But eventually, of course, you reach first the street of 100 taverns. Then you take turn towards Luitpoldstrasse, the smaller side street, past the Crown and two chairmen, past the Seven Stars Tavern, and you reach the Shepherd's Wand, which is in the back. You enter inside. Gustav and Johannes, you are just finishing your meal with Finron and with Marla. You two once again probably thank all of the gods that that the fate is smiling upon you, because you've been eating very well for your average Altdorfer, who may eat meat once a week if he's lucky. You've been dining and wining exceptionally well during the last few weeks. Finron just, raises the glass of fine red wine to you and says, "Now, let's talk business." And then the door, probably rather dramatically open, and Lambert enters.
And
Kramer walks in.
And I want to point out that with the newfound wealth, before he had gone to Dunkmar, he had gone to a tailor. I'm going to spend the money here. And he had shelled out a good portion of his actual money to buy a set of best craftsmanship clothes.
Woo! How much is it?
10 gold crowns.
Only 10 for the best? Really?
I believe so. Yeah, I can go back up to it here.
Okay, well. I mean, you're probably right, but I'm just...
Clothing. Best. 10 gold crowns.
Okay, nice. Where is it, by the way? Are you looking in the rulebook or in the... Oh, yeah, I have it.
In the equipment section.
Oh, yeah, right. You're right. That's true. 10 gold crowns, sure.
A very nice light green shirt with buttons. Some very nice fluted breeches in the Altdorf style of blue and red, and a vest coat for the shirt in the blue and red as well. I want to fit in with the fuckers here. I don't want to dally around looking like a fucking idiot. But I'm here and I'm ready to kick some ass in the most underhanded ways.
Nice. I'm ready to kick ass and chew tobacco, and I'm all out of tobacco.
And I busted that door. Where are my boys?
Where you've busted the door, you see you see actually two things. You see your boys and Marla sitting at a table that wasn't previously here in the room. The table is taken from probably downstairs. Eating with the elf, Finron, who sits with his back to you. But when you've opened the door, you see that he's looking at you, and you also see that his right hand is holding a glass of wine. His left hand is holding a loaded pistol aimed at you, right under his right arm. But when he saw that it's you, he quickly, decocked the gun and put it back.
Holding a pistol.
Yes, a black powder weapon. Yeah,
that's pretty.
Hard.
That's unquaint.
Yep, but then again, the elf himself looks like he dresses more like a man, like a human. There are, you think, certain elven aesthetics to his outfit.
Yeah,
but
he's just cosplaying.
But mostly
he's just cosplaying as a normal guy.
He's like a Wapanese. White guy.
Yeah,
It's just Lambert.
He's just a weeb. That's
yeah,
it.
he's a
or what was it? A Tiaboo, I think is what it's called when people try to be British.
Okay,
Nice.
nice. Tiaboo. Love it.
I don't know that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like all those Doctor Who nerds.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there you go. I was gonna say my notes for the conversation with Dankmar are drugs are bad. Okay.
Drugs are bad. Okay.
By the way, Gustav and Johannes, you didn't really saw. I mean, at some point, Sand, you saw that Finron had a gun aimed at the door, but you didn't saw that gun before. He does have rather large sleeves, though, when it comes to his shirt.
Oh man, he's got like those cool slider pistols that the German guy and Django have.
Yeah. Anyway, he puts the gun actually on the table, and it's a normal black powder weapon. Of course, normal black powder weapon means that it's still incredibly expensive, but it doesn't look fancy at all. It just looks functional, and he nods his head at you, Lambert. Ah, Master Halfling, please join us. I will order some food for you.
That was a really a scary moment there, guys. I'm gonna need a stiff drink.
Naturally, would you like some excellent Tilean wine? And he points at the a rather large bottle of red wine. Even from the bottle itself, you can tell that this is a quality drink.
While I respect your kind for being really good at picking out good tastes and good wines, you just had a pistol to me, and I'm gonna ask for some nice hard whiskey.
In that case, and he just, gets up, takes the pistol, and actually, yes, he does hide the pistol in his sleeve, you see that. Please take my place, and I will go down to fetch you some strong liquor. I will be back in just a few minutes. And he also nods to you, Gustav, to you, Johannes, and to Marla, and he gracefully leaves, locking the door behind him.
I sit down real quick, and because this is just me with these boys, I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, Dunkmar's real fucking shifty. Are you guys selling drugs?"
There's there's also Garo here. So
are you guys fucking up the fighters?
I put my my face in my hand, face palm.
Dude, he fucking cornered me in the pit and was like, "Hey, I think your buds are fucking me over, and I need you to like rat them out and shit." And that doesn't seem like Dunkmar, man. Uncle Dunkmar was usually pretty chill. Like, "Hey, cool guy, here, have the pie. Hey, cool guy, hey, fuck off." Not like, "Hey, go do a line of red sand or some shit off this halfling hooker's ass or something."
Look, I know.
Marla looks at all of this and she's fucking terrified. You see it on her face, and she's just, oh, fuck me. Not. I mean, metaphorically speaking, of course.
Oh, honey, I know you'd never let me.
She just takes a huge swig of wine. Gustav, this one's on you. Explain to our friend what's happening, please.
So, we got ourselves in a predicament, and I know you have folk, your relations, you have your familial bonds and loyalties and all that. So all I ask is that at the end of this conversation, however it goes, you allow us to leave town. I think we owe that to each other. So I'm gonna start at the beginning.
We are not leaving town, Gustav. What the fuck, says Marla. This is not our fault that his uncle is dealing drugs.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry. Gustav, I'm too much wine. Sorry. Yeah.
That's quite the accusation.
I pour some more wine in her cup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just accepts it, but you see that her face is downtrodden. She looks at you, Johannes, actually, for, with this look of, I did screw up, right?
Lambert's usual cheery, bubbly, dumbass mood has shifted to where he's pretty, like, you guys remember the dwarves singing somber songs and looking stony-faced, right? Yeah, he's doing that.
Well, what Marla meant to say was that your uncle, what is not in question, what is a fact, is that your uncle has been using an alias and dealing with the fish down on the docks, and had us go pick up a shipment, in quotes, which we ascertained had what's that stuff called, Gustav? Crimson what?
Crimson Shade.
Crimson Shade. You ever heard of that shit, Lambert?
You can roll Common Knowledge Empire, Lambert. Hell, you can even roll Common Knowledge Mood, but in Mood, I would say that would probably be -20 because I don't really think that Halflings are that, are using that much.
They should pipe weed.
I don't have Common Knowledge Empire or Mood. I've got Academic Knowledge Law.
You don't have Common
there
Knowledge
you
Empire?
go.
Okay. No, Law is... okay, yeah, actually. Sean
You
is
should
right.
have Mood or Empire. You should have one.
You should... That's true, you should have one, even from your racial trait.
Like
but
when you start your character, you have one.
Oh, yeah, I probably just missed it. I'll look it over again.
you can roll...
Anyway, Law's good.
Yeah, you can roll for law. Sean is right. Sure, you can just roll common knowledge law.
I'm gonna re-roll that. Actually, I'm gonna take the luck on that.
Sure.
Um,
Remember that when you... Oh, nice.
Hey!
Remember that when you guys roll, you can declare that you are using luck point to give yourselves plus 10%, but you can't re-roll that. This is,
Right.
this is very useful. However, if you botch, you botch. Lambert,
Lambert puts his hand on the table and
Yeah.
in like the most like autism kind of recital of knowledge, states off the area and region of it's from Tilia, isn't it?
No, it's from Estalia.
Estalia, whatever, the same place. Um, uh, the area and region from Estalia that it was first cultivated and turned into a drug, and the history of how it came to the Empire, and then in what year it was outlawed, and the crimes and punishments for each certain amount found on somebody in which occasion, and then stares at all three of you like, what the actual fuck have you gotten into?
Yep. He actually did a pretty good job. I mean, this is an academic knowledge that he just hit you all with. Because I've just pasted entry from the wiki. It's from Old World Armory, and I think also from Mordheim rulebook. That this is made from leaves of the blood oak, blah blah blah. And of course, Lambert, you also told them what it does in this very, as you said, autistic way. That
It's basically cocaine.
Yeah, it's cocaine, but for like fighters. It is mainly used for duelists, pugilists.
It's juice.
Yeah, it's juice.
People be juicing.
But first of all, it's extremely addictive, even for a drug, and it also wears down quickly. It only works practically for an hour, probably a bit longer if it's your first time, as with most drugs. But yeah, Lambert is just blah, 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 speaking, and you all are just looking at him. Huh? That's impressive. There's a silence, by the way.
And there's this fact that I want to get lost in all this was this all started when your uncle called us over to do some medical exams on his fighters, and the one fighter we talked to was jacked on something. And when I was trying to,
his face was flushed. He was sweating.
oh, his heart was twice the rate what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, Dunkmar was showing signs.
He ushered him away before we could do anything, so I'm worried about this guy's health.
Well, it sounds like Dankmar's dipping into his own stash.
That's funny. I'm pretty pissed off, but that's funny. You got one. That's a good joke.
It's
not a joke.
It's not a joke, says Marla with her, face downcast. I mean, I saw the box. The box was very beautiful.
I'm not saying it's a joke that he's dealing drugs. This sucks. I'm saying it's a funny joke that he called him Dankmar.
Isn't that his name?
Sorry.
Wow. When the shoe fits,
Oh, seriously, isn't that his name?
Yeah.
When the shoe fits, even when you're a fucking halfling.
Juicemar.
Okay.
Oh, I get it.
Sorry, actually, it should be Dopemar, probably. Go with the nomenclature.
I want... Dank is another word for... well, yeah. If we're
Yeah, I get it, but it's not a joke. That's his fucking name.
So I have just a couple of questions, really, and it would be best if I know you guys. Gustav, you're rad. Johannes, you're all right. Marla, we're besties.
For sure.
I wanna know the Sigmar's honest truth, and the fact that I'm not talking bad about your weird Empire gods is good enough to label it in that. I'm pretty fucking pissed right now. So, where are the drugs?
We didn't want to raise any suspicions, so we delivered them to your uncle like we were supposed to.
Okay, so he
But
has.
we peeked in to see what it was here at the tavern, and our elf friend caught us, and I spilled the beans. I figured it was the best. He seemed good intentioned, and we
I will trade back some information. Dunkmar is saying that you are sabotaging his fighters, and I'm assuming he means drugging them.
No. He's drugging his own fighters, and
What?
If he's drugging his own fighters and complaining about them performing worse, that's his own fucking fault. I don't see what the fucking issue is. He cornered me, guys. You guys met Dunkmar. Marlo, you met Dunkmar. He fed you guys. He was a chill guy. He cornered my ass in that house and came at me like, "Hey, you need to do something about your friends. They're going to ruin my operation." I'm not cool on this. Like, yeah, family ties and shit. I'm going to get real. I've got a lot of family, and this is only one branch. And if we need to pick out another branch, I'm sure we can find one. I know we went after some real dark shit recently, and I'm so sorry to everyone that had to experience this. But if we want to just skip town, I don't want to get caught up in this.
But what if we are already caught up in this? Says Marla. She's with a very tired look in her, on her face. I mean,
how deep in it are you? You delivered drugs to a drug lord. Great.
yeah, we delivered drugs to a drug lord, and
He
boys,
apparently suspects us, then wants to frame us for something.
but the boys here, Gustav and Johannes, you were telling me that someone was following you from the warehouse, right?
Yeah, 2 guys we've seen at the fights before.
Yeah.
You're talking about Bernhardt or Bertrand and Engelbert, right?
Who?
You know more than I do.
Bertrand and Engelbert, the 2 guys that work for Dunkmar.
Oh, wonderful!
He had people follow us?
Yeah.
I thought they were
he
from
told me, he
Carson's
told me
guys, maybe.
he was sicking them after you to keep tabs on you. He's telling me to figure out what you guys are up to. And honestly, I could just go back and be like, "Hey, they're clean, they're fine." But I don't think that would work out well because he's paranoid as fuck right now.
And I stand up and walk over to the window, and I just
Where's that fucking whiskey?
Be very careful now.
Yeah, Gustav, you approach the window. Roll for perception, actually.
Okay.
This is counter roll, by the way. So you roll first, then I roll. No, nice. I think you've passed.
I think so.
This is a very comical. Yeah, I know. That's why this looks very comical. You approach the window, and when you take a look outside, the window is relatively clean. I mean, this is an elf-run tavern, so it's cleaner than most establishments. Of course, there's still like some grime, some dust on it. You see 2 shapes, men shapes, in the alley behind the inn, who spotted you, and they've tried to run past each other. They've slammed to get into each other. Even from here, you can even from where you are, you can hear their skulls, their heads clashing into each other. They fell on their asses. They've quickly got up and they've run into separate ways. It's like
Was it close enough to eavesdrop?
No, but I mean, even from the silhouettes and the fact that one of them was bald, you can tell that this was probably the guys who were following you from the warehouse.
Guys, you're never gonna believe this.
Let me guess, they were outside, says Marla.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, who else thinks that we are not deep enough yet?
He sent them after you too, Lambert.
Oh, I knew they were coming.
So he's trying to get you on the same side as us. So he's trying to frame us for if any of these fighters die.
If I move against my uncle, and I want you to understand this, if I move against my uncle, in the state that he's in right now, he will probably bury himself alive with all of my family that's in town. And that's countless, halfling men and women and children. And I cannot live with that on my conscience. So while Better Head says, hey, we can just cut ties and go somewhere else. I hear Aberheim's nice. I hear Marienburg's sucks, but we go somewhere else. Like, I don't know. I hear, anywhere else is fucking great. I don't want to rip people out of their homes, and I don't want to be responsible for or at least complicit in burying a fuckload of halflings that were innocent to this bullshit. At the end of the day, I really just want all these drugs to be gone, and if we can just kidnap Dunkmar and put him through some fucking like hard truth, tie him down, and just splash water on him a bunch until he's clean. I don't know how medicine works, man.
It's a lot of bleeding and leeches.
I really fucking hate this shit, man.
The door opens and Finron enters. He has a large bottle of golden amber liquid in one of his hands, and in the other he somehow carries 4 very nice looking glasses.
Finron, how much is the bottle?
It's on the house. And
he sees like Marla's got her head in her hands. Like, imagine everyone's around the table just like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck did we do?
There were two men in the alleyway watching us.
He looks sharply towards the window. Please wait here for a second. And he leaves.
Dude, he's gonna fucking kill them. Like, he's gonna, like, I don't want to. Dude, he had that pistol held steadier than like if it was just sitting on the table pointed at something. That's a stone cold dick killer.
He's an elf of action.
He's an elf of like action hero, dude.
Well, given what he was telling us, that he's been alive for 200 years, and that he was a soldier in their armies, I think there's a
I don't know if you guys
fair
read
chance
any,
to say that he knows killing, says Marla.
I don't know if you guys read any pulps or anything, but like that he's like somebody out of those fucking like Jaeger novels.
Oh, you're talking about that blonde poet, right? Who supposedly travels with a dwarf like the one that we've encountered?
Before we went out and did some absolutely heinous surviving, I would have called bullshit. But honestly, like, man, like I'm scared of Finran. I'm scared of this guy.
Crimson Shade's a hell of a drug.
We have a pretty positive view of the sea elves back home. Even when we disagree, they're wise from their years.
I don't want to get drunk, but I do need something stiff.
Yeah, Gustav, maybe pour us a cup, each of us, says Marla. Well, nodding at the whiskey.
I've been around Dunkmar enough that I think I could pull it off, but what's the current plan?
We don't have any.
We just sat down with Finron to discuss it.
Yeah, we were going to talk to Finron about it, but although I understand your reluctance to hurt the innocents in the family, I thought we should contact Karsten and say, hey, this guy's juicing his fighters and trying to blame us for it.
Karsten's our contact with who?
The guy from the one-eyed miller, the one who has connections to this Tilean syndicate that,
Oh God, I really don't want to get that involved too. Jesus Christ.
But Johannes, says Marla, if we will,
dude, he's gonna fucking go scorched earth.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. If we contact a man who has ties to Tilean organized crime, they will kill not only Dankmar probably, but the entire extended family. I've heard
when you involve. All right, one of you guys is a surgeon, right?
That's
Is what?
Gus. As a barber surgeon.
Yeah, that's me.
All right. So, if there's like somebody's got like a scratch on the knee or something, you just treat the scratch, right?
Well, depending on the severity of the scratch, yeah.
Like a cat scratched them, fucking doodle-doo, like something small. A cat scratched them, right?
Just some ointment, maybe.
This isn't that. You go talk to Karsten. He's gonna go over there and saw the whole goddamn leg off.
Yeah, if he were a ardent follower of Ronald's, he would respect the balance and do what's necessary. And
I don't really know if he is on that, man. Like he strikes me as the kind of guy that goes full witch hunter on this kind of shit.
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I think that he personally would probably do something like what we did with the merchant, the horse's head, stuff like that. He didn't want to kill him, right?
He personally
he
would get involved.
Yes, but people whom he works with, the Tileans, they may have some other ideas, and this rhymes, I know. I mean, this won't end well. If we go to Karsten, this will end in bloodshed, simply put. And we don't know. I mean, I'm sorry, Lambert. I don't want to be mean, but given what we've learned about your uncle, who's to say if good old Dankmar also doesn't have, an army of cutthroats at his disposal, right?
Oh, I highly anticipate that he does. Knowing Dankmar and knowing his charismatic little puffy ass ways, like I know my uncle would probably find what he needs and what he wants there. I'm not really worried about that. There are women and kids in that fucking household, and I don't want them at anywhere close to this. So if anything goes down, I want them on a fucking field trip, okay?
Johannes, says Marla, you were saying something before?
I was just saying, I think Dankmar's due for a Tilean necktie.
So I want to lay out a proposition here.
The elf enters as you are saying this, but he's not saying anything. He just waits for you to finish.
I don't want to see the innocent people here gutted for something they didn't do. I have no issue with fucking over a couple of longshanks because they're being just assholes and racist to my people. That's completely different. This is one of my people is doing something that's justifiably illegal as fuck, and is trying to frame not just myself. I can live with that. We turn our backs on each other all the time. Fuck it'll do. He was trying to frame you guys. I'm not cool with that. Specifically, he's trying to frame Marla, my best friend. He can get fucked.
Oh, thank you, she says.
I have a proposition here. We can go to Carson. I don't have a problem there. But before we do it, I need to make a justifiable reason for that extended family to return home to the moot.
I agree that if the family, we should get out of here when we do something, but I don't think we should involve any other underworld.
You want to involve Karsten Leibniz into this? Asks Finron. There will be blood.
There will be blood.
I don't.
If Carson gets involved, and we already have the contact, I'm sure if he wanted something done, he would come find us, and there's no way we can say no. However, if we get the family, the not involved family, out of the picture, and they do their thing, and it's just scorched earth on the whole thing, that news will probably make it back to the moon. We talk.
When is Pie Week? Isn't that coming up?
Hey, shut up for a second. Let me finish.
Week.
Let me.
Week.
God damn it! I will fucking. I'll go to Carson. I'll get both of you guys fucking tied up. Shut the fuck up. Let me fucking finish. Get them out. He goes scorched earth. Now, hey, fucking Lambert ratted out his own uncle to save the business of this Tilean syndicate. He's pretty chill on this. Like he's looking out for us. Let's not involve him further in other shit. And we have the moral high ground enough to say, like, if they come up to us to ask us to do other shit, just be like, no, I already did like the worst fucking thing I can do. I don't feel great about this.
Or could we invite him on a hunting or fishing trip?
He doesn't trust you, and he obviously doesn't trust me now.
I mean, given the fact that says Marla, that he wanted you to rat on Johannes and Gustav, that he lied to you and you're his blood. It's clear that, I'm sorry, Lambert, I don't want to be mean. It's clear that your uncle would probably sell you out for, if it means that, you know, that he can continue doing what he's doing.
It's not mean, Marla. It's the truth, and it just sucks. I turn around to Finran, or dude, I hate, like, I'm just gonna call you Finn. Is that okay?
Of course, you can call me Finn. I have no problems with that.
I'm so sorry. Like, names are hard.
First of all, there was no one in the back alley. They probably left when they saw that you spotted them.
Ran into each other and scattered. But
Oh.
I just want to let you know there's people trying to find us and listen to what we're saying in this room.
It stands to a reason that this halfling, your uncle, if I get this correctly, that he probably right now he's probably thinking whether he should kill you or not. And by all of you, I also mean you, Lambert. He says.
I'm aware.
Because he's the amount of drugs that I saw today in that box, as I've told your colleagues and your female companion, we are talking about hundreds of gold crowns worth of crimson shade, and probably the highest quality crimson shade as well, not anything diluted or mixed with something else.
That calls in. If he's getting high quality shit, the syndicate's already involved.
Tileans? Perhaps, says Finron, but I don't think so. That's why I wanted to speak with you, and actually that's a good thing that I've smelled this out a few hours earlier, he says with this rather thin smile on his long face. Because Altdorf has this problem with Crimson Shade for some time now. I've, of course, only hear rumors, but rumors from trusted contacts. A few weeks ago, right after the war in the north ended, supposedly lots of people started using this, and he speaks a word which you're pretty sure is some kind of a curse, narcotic, all over the city, from the eastern slums to the best clubs located near your emperor's own palace. I've also heard that the authorities are rather perplexed by this. They don't know where this is coming from. Oh, they think that the gangs, of course, have something to do with that they are smuggling this in. But from whom and for whom exactly? You see that drugs in any society, even they are sad part of life. They are sad fact of life, you could say. But it's very hard, it's very strange when suddenly over a certain area, large area, especially urban one, lots of people start, what's the word on the streets that you humans use? Juicing, right? All at the same time.
Yeah, it is weird.
Indeed. Now, I took interest in that, mainly because I am opposed to any and all such substances hitting the streets and poisoning people, all people, humans, my kind, your kind. He looks at you, Lambert. Even, and he says with a distaste, the dwarves.
See? Big picture. Told you guys.
This is unnatural. And from what I've heard, the prices for Crimson Shade on the streets are very low. Like, of course, your usual beggar can't afford it, but your usual burger, or, you know, construction worker, or dock worker, stevedore.
This is weird. So you're saying the prices are low. That means there's flooding in the market.
Yes.
Then why the fuck would there be really high quality products being shipped in? This is not for regular street use. This is being sold to someone specifically. This is being sold to some class specifically.
This is being sold all over the city, and perhaps you've missed this. And it's actually easy to
Yeah,
miss
I mean,
given...
I don't do drugs, so
No,
I probably missed it. Yeah.
I'm not talking about the shade itself. I'm talking about what's happening in Altdorf for some time right now. Altdorf is currently overcrowded. There are way too many things happening at once, and given how you humans organize your cities and how badly you govern them, of course, the flow of information is always problematic. But there are those outbursts of violence over the city.
Are you suggesting somebody is poisoning the well, so to speak?
No, nothing like that. I mean, Crimson Shade, it needs to be taken, if I understand this correctly, it needs to be inhaled, or perhaps even smoked.
No, I meant like the figure of speech poisoning the well, like weakening the population for something bigger.
Something like that, yes, because the outbursts are happening all over the city, from the poorest areas where honestly they're nothing strange. I mean, every day lots of people die in the eastern side, but I've heard about a large brawl in one of the aristocrats in one of aristocrats' house who is living in the southern area of the city near the walls. It happened 3 nights ago and left 6 people dead, including said aristocrat. From my contacts said that it was during a very fancy dinner, and suddenly people started frothing from their mouths, reached for their rapiers, and just started butchering each other.
I have a question.
And when the authorities arrived on the place of carnage, they of course found traces of Crimson Shade in the tobacco boxes that each of the victims had on them. And
where was it?
It was somewhere in the southern part of the city. I don't know exactly the address, human. It was one of the... It was a very fancy, very well-to-do area. You know, wide, clean streets, patrolled by the guard practically all day. You would never think that something like this could happen there. And I mean, and he says that, you know, he almost wants to say probably the name, but he catches himself. My contact, he was there, and he saw the aftermath. He said that everything was painted red. The entrails, they were hanging from the chandeliers. One head was stuck into the fireplace, cut clean off by one of the dinner members. And this is not like things like that. They're happening all over the city every day, and there are more and more of them.
This is not being. Yeah, maybe somebody buys this drug here and there. This is being sold as a poison. Somebody's mixing this shit in.
Well,
It's
And
Kai Strombeck of the. Sorry, go ahead.
I pull out my pipe and throw it into the fireplace.
You don't have a fireplace in the room, sadly.
Oh shit! I just throw it in the corner.
Okay, Johannes, you were saying something?
well, I think Gustav was coming to the same conclusion that aren't the fish, aren't they kind of agitators against the Empire?
Well,
Yeah, I think it was you that said that the other day.
yeah, you
Somebody
actually
said
you said that, Johannes, because you've passed the roll for knowledge about the fish.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah,
Fuck is the fish?
the fish
It's-
are. The fish, it doesn't match their style. You probably don't remember that, says Finron, but a few years back, the fish took a side of a Kislevite agitator who turned out to be the follower of Ruin. It was before the war. They never really recovered from that, when it comes to support
And
from ordinary
associations,
people.
Yeah.
They are scum and they are scoundrels, but I very much doubt that the fish are invested in essentially what to me looks like almost spreading anarchy. And if this will continue to happen, the structures of Altdorf, of the capital, they might just disappear. The city might tear itself apart. I am walking those streets, humans. You may not see this, but I am walking and I am listening. I listen every day about angry Altdorfers speaking about the goddamn refugees.
Is there a common link? Finron, this aristocrat dinner. Who were these people?
I don't know. I've only heard about this. I'm gathering information right now, and I'm sharing what I know with you. I don't know the details, Halfling.
Is this like a pull for power? Like, is there an election? Is there
I mean, the Emperor,
a succession issue?
from what I understood, the Emperor is not yet returned from war. Same with Reichsmarshal and many of your elector counts.
Dude,
I don't even know who is ruling in his stead, honestly. I'm not really into human politics.
I get that, like, if old Carl's here or Helbrecht is here, shit like this tends to be pretty chill. This is like somebody. This is fucked up. Like, I haven't been in Altdorf long. I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm trying a little hard to look the part. But, like, this is like some fucking, like, pirate shit, man. It's real bad.
As I was saying before, says Finron, the city is a powder keg. There are huge anti-refugee sentiments here. People are asking how long those from destroyed provinces will keep eating their food, clogging their streets. Of course, there are talks about Midenlanders, Hochlanders, Ostlanders, and Ostermarkers raping fair Reikland women, stealing jobs, and essentially promoting organized crime. And with that sentiments, if you add...
I've heard about it, man. I've heard them, like, calling to build a new wall and shit.
Yes. And with that...
Jobs.
And making Hochland pay for it, yeah.
Make Reikland great again.
It's not like Hochland has the money for that, man.
And if you add to this equation, if you add to it widely available, very powerful drug, perhaps infused with something else, because Crimson Shade, from my knowledge, it just enhances speed and reflexes, but it should not turn people homicidal. That's what's worrying me. This is like, I mean, regrettably, I even knew some of my kind who were using it. But it never made them angrier. But this looks like someone is adding something to the mix and distributing it widely. and it starts working. That's why I wanted to speak with you humans about this, because you all see, and you halfling, of course, I'm sorry, because you all seem, well, you're not your usual species examples, let's just say, and I mean it as a compliment.
I raise my glass when he says that.
You actually seem to care, and you actually seem to have your moral compass fairly in the right place.
I would like nothing more than to sit my ass down in front of a fire with a good book and a big old fucking pie and get drunk and happy and full and be peacefully, be at peace. But I can't, man. Like, this is my own flesh and blood is involved in pure and utter chaos.
If this will make you happier, Lambert, I don't think that your uncle is the main mastermind behind this.
Oh, God, no. He's not smart enough for that.
I probably don't even think that he knows people who know the main mastermind. Because to organize an operation like this, to actually bring so much of Crimson Shade, mix it with something, and distribute it in this way, it not only takes thousands of gold crowns, we're not talking hundreds anymore, we're talking thousands. It also means that there's a very well-organized web of...
It has a sponsor.
Yes, of people who do this, and perhaps not people from the Empire, or not only people from the Empire. We can talk about maybe political aspirations from Marienburg, perhaps agitators from Tylea who want to destabilize the Empire financially, to
save the Empire.
I really don't want to do this, but we have to find out who's at the top of this thing.
Or is it more heresy?
I mean, maybe, but like, I mean, like.
Actually, Finron looks at you, Johannes, and he says, "I would say that you may be right. It smells wrong. This whole thing smells wrong. It almost smells occult-like.
I've moved in bad crowds before, and I know there's like some real fucked up shit that happens. I know that young nobles like to go out and have big old sex parties and shit, and do a lot of drugs. Whatever. That's on them. Is that really what we're thinking here, or is this maybe another state making a play?
I mean, says Marla, I'm terrified when I'm hearing you guys. Not because you're speaking nonsense, but because you are speaking sense, and because we are already neck deep in this. If what you're saying is true, if we are not going against some fucked up necromancer. No, we are going against... I thought that the worst thing that happened to me happened a few days ago when we saw those undead abominations and that beastman in the courtyard of Stellar's house. But I would honestly would like to face them again than to go against whoever it is that is doing this thing. But of course I'm going to do this anyway because we are all sticking together, she says. And she gulps down the whiskey in one swing. Johannes, you were saying something before?
I was saying...
Hmm?
I was just saying that I think it was just the thing that it might be heretics, cultists, somebody's. We just fought a war trying to topple the empire, and maybe people are trying to insidiously continue the war by other means.
Guys, I hear Middenheim's really nice this time of year.
No, it's not, says Finron. It's destroyed.
Guys, I hear... Dude, I get it, man. I haven't been in the Empire long. Fuck off. I hear... he pulls out his little pocket guide to the Empire.
The Empire. His Thomas
it's just
guide.
like, we can always go back to the moot.
Well, I say we make them go somewhere else.
I
This
mean-
is our town.
I mean, let me put it this way, says Finron, and I want to be extremely clear on that. If you decide right now to leave, not tomorrow, not in a few days, but today, you pack your things and you leave Altdorf, there might be a chance that your uncle, and he looks at you, Lambert, won't decide to send hired killers after you. Small chance, but a small chance nonetheless.
Are you asking me
If,
to
however,
go back?
you decide to stay, and he says that by putting one of his, long slender fingers into the air, to continue doing this. If you will decide to see this thing through to the end, then there's no going back. People who are organizing this stuff, this whole deal, I mean, we are talking about players who are way, way, way above the Tilean syndicate. They will never let you go. They will make sure that you're dead, even if you travel to the Far East or to Lastria or to wherever.
So you're telling me the only reasonable choice is to leave.
That's what it sounded like. I was like,
I mean, if
That's all I'm hearing is the only reasonable choice here is to leave.
depends.
I thought you were gonna be like, or if you choose to say, you'll have a home here and you can, ride out the storm here and you can help out and we'll beat this and the gang will be good.
Depends what you mean by reasonable halfling. For me, reasonable thing is to stop this from happening. But
Wow, you
It's
really
me.
made a compelling argument when you said if you stay, you're going to get skinned alive.
unless, of course, you won't discover who is behind all of this and stop him first. Stop them first. Well, him,
Shinron.
them, whatever.
Shinron.
So what's our next play then? I mean,
I think our
Lambert
next,
was sent here to prove that we're doing something that we're not actually doing. And if Lambert goes back and says that to Dankmar, then he's gonna know he's lying, and he's gonna maybe kill him anyway, and us. I mean,
I think
You want
Dankmar
me to
is
go
using too
in-
much of his
Wait.
own supply.
No. If I go back in, complicit, if I go back in and say, I think there's something fishy, but we need to watch where it goes. Maybe we can string this along long enough that I can earn his trust back enough that we can get this dealt with. That we can cut at least one of the heads of this snake off. But if we're
he'll buy
going to
you
do
time
that,
anyway.
But if we're going to do that, I need some assurances. And I mean, Finron, the flow of information goes both ways. And I want to trust you here, but I need my friends to be able to be safe. And you're already staying here, right?
Yeah. All of us
Yeah.
are, even Finron.
Marla is staying here.
And he already drank
I'm-
his.
I mean,
No,
I-
I mean,
wine, so
at
you trust them.
the Shepherd's Wand. People that are housed at the Shepherd's Wand.
I mean, I have my
Who is-
I have my own place as Marla, but I actually wanted to
I
move
don't.
with
I
Gustav.
don't. I don't trust. I don't trust having you be in your own place right now. I think that's a liability right now.
Yeah, I think you may be right, says Marla, and she looks visibly
I
scared
hate
when
that-
you're saying this.
I hate that you have been dragged into this. This fucking blows. Finron, can you give her a job here?
Of course. We can always
And-
use serving girl, another
and we
serving
need-
girl.
Just like, I'm going to impose here, and I'll gladly make up for it. I don't know, if you want me to cook, I can cook. I'm fucking halfling. I'm good at it. If you want me to be a fucking dancing clown for your longshanks that come in here, sure, whatever. I just need to know that when we pull this thread, that there's at least one safe haven, relatively safe haven, for us to come back to.
You are always welcome here in the Shepherd's Wand, Lambert, and the rest of you as well. I see that you all mean well, and I see that you all probably want to do the right thing. This is enough for me. As long as you want to stay here, you can stay. There won't be any problems. And I'll lower the prices practically to minimum. I'm sorry, he says with this apologetic smile, but
No,
I
understand.
still need to make living,
No.
and I still need
Hey.
to make this place run.
Hey, Finron, earlier you said you care about everyone, and even regrettably, you care about dwarves. That's pretty dwarvish of you, bud.
I've never been so insulted in my entire life.
Whoa.
But he says,
He knows I'm joking, right?
yeah, but he says that with this
That's-
sly smile.
That's halfling humor. Don't take it to heart.
I know it's not the worst that I've heard, but it is the worst that I've heard about myself. But that's good, Lambert. I like this.
On that note, I think we need to take an outhouse break.
Yeah,
That's
we
a
can
good
take an
idea.
outhouse
Yes.
break. I'll be back in like 10 minutes, guys. I'm gonna make myself a sandwich.
Sure.
Yeah, you guys can watch a video of white lines while you're.
Yeah, you can go to the Discord and watch my joust from last year.
Okay, let's see. White lines, don't do it. Okay. Let's see. I'll be back in a few as well.
All right, I'm back.
I'm watching White Lines video on YouTube because it won't play on Discord. Jeez. Ah, good stuff.
I'm back.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
All right.
So, Sean, how are you doing?
Okay. Just my wife's still out of town. I don't know when they're coming back. So the general gist of it is that my mother-in-law can't live alone anymore. So they're like, okay, you're coming back to live with us. But apparently she's kind of she's resistant.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens. But not really sure if she's starting to get dementia or what the deal is. But she can't be trusted to take care of herself.
Right.
So.
She lived alone before?
Well, I mean, she's been living alone for the last year since my father-in-law died.
Oh, right.
So, and I think that was the only thing that was really keeping her going, was taking care of him. And so now, left to her own devices, she's kind of not doing as well.
Your wife is Chinese, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, what we call ABC,
ABC?
American-born Chinese.
Ah, right. Nice.
So.
Yeah. So you're staying alone with the kids right now, yes?
Yeah, just with my son. My daughter's at college, so
Oh, right.
she's not around all that much. Although I did take the kids to go see that concert on last Tuesday night. So we met up with her then and had dinner and went to the show. That was fun.
The metal concert.
Yeah.
Was the word baby metal? Yes.
Yeah. So the two, Baby Metal was the one that
You saw Baby Metal?
yeah, we saw Baby Metal. It was awesome. And then Death Clock was the headliner.
Oh, really? I can see
Yeah,
that going
yeah.
hand in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently, I was surprised that Death Clock was the headliner, just because they've been like non-existent for a while. But apparently, they're coming out with like a new movie or something. So they're adding to the Death Clock story. And the show, I mean, the Death Clock show was good. I was kind of like, hey, why is it so dark on stage? I can't see them, but it's because they're essentially showing cartoons the whole time.
Okay.
Music video cartoons of all their stuff. I don't know if you've ever watched Metalocalypse, but it was like when they do the music breaks for Metalocalypse. Whenever they have their concert. So lots of people getting blown up and ripped in half and all that stuff.
Like faces ripped off.
Yeah, exactly. And they were also funny. They had like little interludes where Face Bones would come out and talk to the crowd about concert etiquette. But that's what surprised me the most about Death Clock was, I mean, they just played back to back. I mean, they were just like, we're gonna play 6 songs in a row, and then we'll take a 2-minute break, and then we'll play another 6 songs in a row.
I like the one where they like played at the North Pole or something to summon like a bunch of like killer whales to come and eat the entire audience or something.
Yeah. They played that. They played that song. They played the classics. I think they played a couple new songs that I wasn't really familiar with, but mostly most of the stuff I new from the old days. Like they played Thunder Horse. I don't know if you've seen that one, but the whole video of that is Nathan Explosion dressed up as a death dealer, essentially, just riding around and hacking the other band members with his axe. And it's pretty funny. But yeah, no, there was also another guy that I'd never heard of before, called Jason Richardson. And it was funny because I was like, what does that say? I was like, oh shit, that's his name, Jason Richardson, written as like a death metal band logo. And he was just a guy playing with a bunch of backing tracks, but he was playing like, virtuoso freaking guitar. It was amazing. And he sort of reminded me a little bit of. Have you ever listened to the Doom soundtrack?
Yeah, the new one or the
Yeah, the one by Mick Gordon.
yeah, very good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like that feel a little bit. I mean, although he's it's not exactly the same because he's bringing in like some different genres and he's a very melodic player, but just that kind of vibe where it's just like really really heavy beats and backing tracks. And then he's he's funny too because he's like okay, I'm gonna play this next song and I'm a little nervous because this one is very fast.
Okay.
And then he's just like Yngwie Malmsteen levels of fucking scales and stuff.
Mick Gordon is he's very cool.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I really like the Doom soundtrack. It's awesome.
It's great. I think I even used it during a few games, like TTRPGs, because it just fits so well. So yeah.
I'm back.
All right.
All right.
Sorry. Took a while to cook bacon.
Right. Okay, so I guess we are ready. Let's just return. What we were talking about last time.
Well, we were trying to, or Lambert was trying to make sure that we had a place to call home when we have the entire world against us.
Oh yeah,
by going against
And
whoever.
Finron agreed, but he said that you still need to pay, although much less. Finron says also, Lambert, of course you can help in the kitchen. That said, I would not hire you as you called it, clown, because I think that would be disrespectful. As for the rest of you, as I said, you can stay here for as long as you want. And this is a safe place. I will make sure that no unwanted elements will enter it. And I will also warn my staff to keep a close eye on any potentially suspicious people. But I would like to know, what are you going to do now?
Man, I'm gonna eat dinner. I'm gonna eat it well, and then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna say I think they're up to something, and see if I can angle that into giving it more time for me to see somebody. Basically, I'm gonna say somebody's higher up than them, and I want to find out who that is before we make a move.
The rest of you? He looks at you, Johannes.
By the way, guys, I'm totally lying to him.
Oh.
I'm
Oh, you
totally
are?
lying. No, I'm totally lying to my uncle for you guys.
Oh,
I hope
okay.
you guys appreciate this.
I think we need to play dumb, basically.
Well, we
If he
need to
called
play.
for us, go back, cross our fingers.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I'd like to know is where the fish are getting this stuff from. I wonder. I feel like that's the thread we need to figure out who's supplying them. Because obviously, Dangmar's getting it from the fish are getting it from somebody else. But who is that?
What if sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had an idea that you gave me. What if because we can't get out of it, so let's just go deeper. Let's go to the fish on our own and say, hey, we want to get into this. We could offer our services apothecaries to your gang, and we break off something for us to distribute ourselves
Yeah.
and try and get in a position of trust with them. Or maybe we could see something going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
I mean, it's the logical thing from I think most. I don't want to offend us, but most humans would see that amount of money and want to come back.
Yeah.
Try their own hand at it. So, for us not to get looked at too difficult, I think we would need to pretend to be greedy.
Yes. That's easier for some than others.
That's a good idea, says Marla.
I think you should stay here, though, with Fenron. Because we're going to be watched very closely.
I'm sorry to say it, but it's not like I hit the streets every night to search for this elusive group that is, or person, who are responsible for this. But I will keep my ears open, and I will make sure that my informants will provide me with all the necessary details if they present themselves. Remember, there's the fish. From what I understand, they usually just because they're stevedores mostly, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, docks.
So they just steal most of the stuff that they're later selling. Who knows if maybe they're just being tipped off to the shipments of this narcotic, and they know when to grab it. That said, I'm also interested in this mansion in the South Bank, in the southern quarter.
Yeah, I think it's worth investigating.
If you think this is a good idea. But, and I really want to emphasize this, you need to be extremely careful about this. Subtle.
The tricky thing is, we know we're going to be followed, and we have to let them, to some extent, see where we're going.
That's true. But maybe if Lambert here would be able to calm his uncle's nerves a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe he would ease on the bloodhounds.
I think this is a solid plan.
What do you think, Lambert? Asks Marla.
He thinks he'll be right back.
Oh, right.
His mouth is full.
Yeah.
All the food he's eating.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, what?
What do you think, Lambert, about this plan? Asks Marla.
The plan is what? Sorry, I had to step away.
If you'd be able to what's the word? Make your uncle think that Gustav and Johannes are, they're not plotting anything against him.
That they personally aren't plotting anything against him. Are you wanting me to? What do you mean?
I mean, it's about.
I thought he was going to say that he thinks they might be, but he doesn't have the proof yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to string them along so I can find out more from inside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're also going. If you didn't hear it, we're also planning to
sell drugs on our own.
Yeah, well, to act like we're gonna branch out and sell drugs on our own, so that we can find out more about.
Finron, you understand that we're going to be doing some morally questionable things for a bigger purpose, right?
I understand this, of course. Yes.
All right. I just wanted to get that out there ahead of time. My hands are not clean already, and they're definitely not going to be clean after this. But the Empire will be a little bit cleaner, or we'll all be dead. This is two.
As I was saying before, you should be extremely careful when doing this thing. Perhaps it's even if you put everything you have into it, it will probably take weeks, if not months, before you'll be able to uncover probably even the most basic of leads.
I want to go ahead and lay out that I might be gone for a while. If this is really going to require me to go double agent on this and go undercover.
Well, I think maybe the narrative we want to display is that you are with us and we're are secretly also.
No. I don't mean that. I don't mean that. Like, I know I'll be probably coming back here to keep tabs, but it's gonna be real fucking tense, and I want to lay it out beforehand that I have no intentions of selling you both down the river, per se.
Yes. We trust you, Serpico.
Marlo, you too. Finron, you too.
Even if you have to act like you are.
Even if I have to do some... God. Queensbury, forgive the awful shit that I'm probably going to be having to do here.
I'm a barber surgeon, so I understand the trust in having someone hold a razor to your throat. So I'll take it to that point if we have to, because I trust you're not going to actually sell us out.
Remember...
I thought you were talking about cutting out good flesh with cancer.
Remember...
I was talking about saving.
Remember, Lambert, that if your uncle will be in any way suspicious of your loyalties, he might want some kind of proof of trust. You know what this means.
Yeah. Hey boys, you might want to source a dead body that looks like you.
Marley's like, the last time
you want a toe? I can get you a toe.
The last time I checked, sourcing dead bodies is what that bastard Raph was doing.
Yeah, I don't mean for like necromancy. I mean like if you can find a guy who's already dead and cut his ear off and do some makeup work on yourself, maybe we can make that work.
Why does your mind go to cutting people's ears off and like
because
dead bodies?
It's easy, dude. Have you not slaughtered a pig in your life?
No.
All right. Well,
For
I don't know.
boys.
Like Finron's making like jabs at me at the side and winking. I assumed he meant murder.
Well, I don't really know how your uncle operates, Lambert, but given...
What, you want me to prove my loyalty by giving a blowy? No.
No, I'm not talking about that. I don't know why you think that I meant it. I'm not sure, but given the scope of this operation, the scale of it, he knows that he's in deep. He's in for the long run. He can back out of it, even if he wanted to. He willingly put his entire, and I know that you halflings have huge families, his entire clan in danger to deal with this narcotic, right? This means that he's completely ruthless. It's up to you to make sure that his ruthlessness won't affect you or any of us here.
All right. If you guys will excuse me, I'm gonna go back to the kitchen and make myself something good to eat.
I've actually ordered the staff to prepare a meal for you. It should be ready in a few minutes.
This might be my last meal. We'll see what happens. If it is, it's been great, and I'll see you in Queensbury's Hall, and where you can visit, but you can't stay. All right, cool. This sucks.
Marla is like...
Y'all are all so quiet.
Marla puts her both hands up and she says, wait. So, let's be clear on one thing. What is the plan now? Because I don't understand exactly what are we supposed to do. Gustav, you want us to go to get ingrained with the fish. Yes?
Right, and I think Lambert should go back and string his uncle along as long as he can to buy us some time.
Right.
So we can find out who's really there.
Johannes, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree, and I like your idea of also maybe investigating what happened at the
South Bank.
Manor House. Yeah, it's the South Bank Manor House. So I don't know if we need to split up to do all these things, or if
That's what I was
we
thinking.
can-
Maybe like part of the narrative we want to display is that Lambert is actually with us and wants to sell Crimson Shade on the side.
No, I think for the ruse to work is that we're pretending that we are doing something funky like Dankmar accused us of, and he's saying that he's trying to get proof of what we're doing, and so he's on Dankmar's side. Because if he says I'm
I'm trying
helping
to
them,
I'm trying to get proof of who you're working for.
right?
Well, you have one tough job, says Marla. To convince your uncle that you're not working against him, and to also convince him not to kill us all immediately, but to actually wait
Marla,
and see.
if you just want to stay here and work for Finron, I'm more than happy to that arrangement.
No way. I'm with you guys all the way to the end.
Ride or die.
Yeah, and I'm not some weak damsel in distress who needs saving. Sorry. Not my style, she says.
Well, I think we can cap this off with a shot of moonshine.
Well, this fine whiskey should do, says Finron, and he pours one last round for everyone. To our endeavors. And let's hope.
Who's that trickster god?
Ranald.
Yep. To Randall, I need the best luck that I can get.
And to Loek, says Finron. He is essentially our Ranald. It's always
to that one too.
It's always good when more than one god is covering your behind.
Yeah.
Yes. Sigmar's hammer will guide us.
What do you do to get their blessings?
You well, you just pray and hope for the best, says Finron with a slight smile.
What about Randall? Anybody?
Randall doesn't give blessings.
All right, good to know. Good to
You
know
take
that
them
there's
yourself. No, seriously.
I'm just happy to know that there's a god out there that is at least honest.
Well, no, it's like an empowering God. He wants you to like do it yourself. So if one person that worships Ranald says to another, like, may Ranald favor you, it's supposed to be a grave insult. Because you don't need his. If you're good at it, you don't need blessings. You know what I mean?
All right, may Ranald fuck you over.
And with that,
I take my shot.
Yeah.
I go and I eat my meal and I'm leaving.
Yeah. Your meal is very, very good. It's actually,
The last one.
fried duck with ginger, so yeah.
Ooh.
Very delicious, very tasty.
Some fucking Cathayan food.
Yeah. And with that, Lambert, after you finish your meal, you go back to Dankmar's shop, yes? Or to the warehouse, sorry, actually, probably.
One second, I'm eating my sandwich.
No worries. Gustav?
You do the other guys first, and I'll just eat my sandwich.
Yeah. Gustav, Johannes, where are you going after that?
Well, what time is it nighttime now?
No, it's like late afternoon.
Early afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. I forgot what time of day it was.
Like 4 p.m., 5 p.m., something like that.
How about we save meeting with the fish for tomorrow morning, and we go check out this manor where the massacre happened this afternoon. Does that sound, Gus?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So Lambert has to report back first, though, right?
Yeah, he'll go to his what's the word, uncle first. So, but I think that's without you, right?
Yeah, without us, for sure. Yeah, we're going to because we have the day off.
Yeah.
we're not going back when we have the day off.
And honestly, it'd be
We're
kind
headed
of
to the
nervous to go
manor
back
of
today.
murder.
Sorry, Brian, what was that?
Is that honestly, I'd be kind of nervous to go back to Donkmar today.
Yeah, probably. All right. So first, you leave the place. Marla goes with you. Finron, of course, tells you essentially you pay from now on half of what you paid before for the rooms and for the meals. So it's very, very like the prices are very reasonable right now. And he also, of course, made sure that there will be additional bed for Marla in your common room. And that Dankmar, he also told you that if you want to stay here, of course, he also provide an accommodation for you if you need it. Sorry,
So
I mean Lambert.
Does Lambert want to rendezvous with us at the south side manor? After he...
Well, you don't know where exactly this place is. That's the thing. It's somewhere south, but you will need to ask around.
Yeah.
I would say he should just meet us back at the wand after it, if he can get away from Dankmar.
Okay.
Okay. So, Gustav, Johannes, and Marla, you leave the place after having a full meal, drinking some wine, and then some whiskey. So once again, you're not hammered, but you definitely feel this nice buzzing sensation. And you leave the street of 100 taverns. By the way, are you actually looking for anyone who might be following you?
Yeah, I think so. I was gonna say, can we ask Finron where the place is, or does he?
He doesn't know exactly. That's the thing. He only knows that it's somewhere in the South Bank. Probably, he says, probably in the wait a second, in the Małe Blümchen district.
Okay.
Małe Blümchen, you can roll for that if you want. Common knowledge, Empire, or Altdorf.
I just have common knowledge, Empire. Boop. Yeah, baby.
Nice. Gustav,
I actually have that if a roller and a half.
yeah, you can roll. You've passed? Okay, nice. Nice.
Barely, but...
I'm sorry, what am I doing?
No, you're not doing anything yet. Johannes and Gustav left. By the way, I don't know if you listen to it, but you'll be paying half price for the room and for the meals from now on in the wand. So Gustav and Johannes, you know that Małe Blümchen is an affluent residential district full of large houses of nobles and quiet streets. It also has something of a martial character. You know that you've heard that there's the outdoor theater there, more commonly called Anselmos, and it actually dates back to the days of one of the older emperors, Boris Goldgather. There's of course a Bretonnian embassy. There's a very famous club called the Gorgon. It is only reserved for nobles, actors, and very wealthy merchants. And supposedly there's a temple of Ulrich there, somewhere in the district. It's and let me quickly show you. It's somewhere here, essentially. Pink, if you see.
Okay.
Yeah. It's actually very close to the Imperial Palace and the Palace District, which is probably the most important district in the entire city, given that the Emperor's Palace is located there. And meanwhile, Lambert, you are, I presume, you are going back to the warehouse, yes? Lambert. Jesus. Okay. Lambert is not here. So you guys are going there, passing through the one of the bridges, one of the Altdorf bridges. Walking past the all of you deduce 4 pennies from your inventory because you have to pay the toll.
Of course, I have 3 pennies. So 4 pennies. Shit.
Yeah, 4 pennies, which is
I was younger. I used to run through it.
what?
So when I was younger, I used to just run through it.
Yep. Sadly,
Okay.
this
The good old days.
yeah. This
So
time
12 pennies per shilling. Got it.
yeah.
Okay. So I now have 11 pennies.
This time you had to pay the toll, and the toll was a bit steeper. But you eventually reach the other side. You move past the, near the infamous and dreaded Palace of Retribution, which is one of the most feared places in the whole Altdorf.
What is that?
The Palace of Retribution. It is essentially. Wait a second. Is a command. It is located near the Emperor's Palace and the Temple of Sigmar, and it is the commandery of the City Watch. And there are also courts of justice there. No one in the city wants to end up there, sitting under the stern gaze of the judge. And while supposedly the courtroom does contain symbols of Verena that promise justice, the judges are known for harsh sentences far outweighing the seriousness of the crimes, especially after the war. For example, those caught looting are almost certain to receive a death sentence in the Palace of Retribution. So and it is rumored, there are of course dark rumors, that there is a secret dungeon existing beneath the Tower of Altdorf, which is part of the Palace of Retribution, that that are made for special enemies of the Emperor, if you know what I mean. Those who can be killed, but also those who can be allowed to roam free. Michael, you here, by the way? Lambert? No, not yet. All right. So
Say something in the Discord.
he did?
No.
No, I'm saying that we should.
No. Yeah, ask him if he's here. Anyway, once again, you of course also you also pass the grand building of the Emperor's Palace, even though there's no Emperor for now inside because Karl Franz has not yet returned from the war. The building is incredible, and just like the Grand Cathedral of Sigmar can be seen from almost any place in the city. The outsides, of course, are also one of the most secure places in all of Altdorf. With Reichsguard knights and elite members of the Watch patrolling it constantly. Lots of luxurious establishments can be found here. Lots of high quality taverns, clubs, inns, shops, and other such things. All of you, if I recall correctly, Gustav, Johannes, and Marla, you look relatively well. I mean, you have good clothes, you are clean. So the Watch does not give you any trouble. They don't even, give you any unpleasant side glances, even though you feel their, eyes on you, judging if you pose any threat. Now, you want to know where exactly this accident happen. So you need to roll.
Gossip. Yeah, baby.
By the way, the Imperial Palace is like the place where it is located, south of the Reich, is called Palace District, also called the Palace Districts or simply Palast. It is one of the wealthiest areas in Altdorf. The district features many old, grand, well-kept buildings and especially ornate street lamps. Most of the city's guild halls, knightly order, chapter houses, and major temples are located here. Any private establishments cater exclusively to the wealthy. It is so exclusive that anyone not obviously a noble or their servant will attract the suspicions of the local watch division, who are well organized and successfully suppress violent crime. Aside from the Imperial Palace, this place also, of course, is home to the Kaiserplatz, which lies between the Imperial Palace and the Cathedral of Sigmar, one of the biggest, squares in Altdorf. There's the Karl Franz Park. It is the name of a 10-acre parkland which stretches from the Imperial Palace down to the Reich. Its paths, monuments, and gardens are open to the public. There are the Reichsguard barracks. They have their barracks on the Kaiserplatz. And there's the... Oh, actually, no, you wouldn't know that. I'm not going to tell you this. Okay, you were... Johannes and Gustav. Johannes and Gustav, you are asking about this, what happened, with the in the mansion, and you've been given the direction. It is true that it happened in Mauer Blimschen. Johannes, you discovered this in the residence of Schnitzel family. Just here you have it, Schnitzel, like schnitzel. It is the estate itself is located very close to the walls, and actually not that far from the Imperial Palace. And the merchant that you were grilling for information, he looks at you and he says, but I don't know, why are you asking me about this? It's please don't take this the wrong way, good sir, but I don't think that you'll be very welcome there. It is obvious that you're from lower class.
Thank you for noticing.
Sean, you need
Sorry,
to speak.
thank you for noticing. Sorry, I didn't have my...
Yeah. Don't take this the wrong way. It's just how this world works, good sir. Anyway, I wish you luck with whatever it is that you want to do there. Just be mindful. A friend of my friend told me that the watch, they are keeping very close eye on the whole street where this unfortunate incident took place.
I feel safer already.
And he says like, yes, now please go away. You're scaring my clients. Next, he says, and
So fucking popular. All right.
and behind you, Johannes, there's already like a short queue standing because the merchant, he's selling some very fine fabric, and
Twister pipes.
yeah, he'll always have lots of clientele. So Johannes, you return to Gustav and Marla.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying? What are you telling them?
I said, like, yeah, it's down this way. We just have to watch out. Apparently, there's extra town watch presence because of the unfortunate events there. So, and this guy doesn't think that we can cut it.
No, you. He doesn't know.
It doesn't think that I can cut it.
Yeah.
to get in to see them because I don't look fancy enough.
Could you carry my barber surgeon tools, maybe? Would that make sense?
No. I think I can just wait outside. If I'm the roadblock, then I'll just wait outside while you guys present yourselves as fine, upstanding citizens of the Empire.
Well, I mean, says Marla, with all due respect, if he told this about you, then he would probably, said this about all of us. I think if we are going to do this, we need to do this together.
Well, we can also just pretend that we're servants, or some kind,
But you know that
actually,
I think that impersonating nobleman's servant is probably illegal.
Well, what I was thinking is that we run a cleaning service that gets blood and guts out of your
Actually,
out of your finery.
Actually, that's pretty swell idea. I mean, I don't know how we would want to pull this off, but yeah, says Marla. That's sweet.
Okay.
Like the guys in John Wick, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Who clean bodies.
Yes, we come with a big roll of plastic.
Yeah. Very
and
cool.
some acid.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to use acid for that. You want to use something that's super base.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Get you some potassium hydroxide. That'll do it.
Yeah.
I think that's like base 14.
Yeah.
That'll turn them into soap.
Yeah.
Okay, and with that,
when you talk about chemistry, you really do just sound like a serial killer.
Kinda.
And with that, you're going further towards Mauerblimschen. Meanwhile, Lambert, you're going back to your uncle's warehouse, yes?
Yes, I need to get into character real quick. Let's see, where's perform is not that's an advanced skill, isn't it?
Performance, yeah. No, I think. Wait.
Yeah, it's not a basic skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sadly.
I do have disguise. Can I recognize that to looking extremely distraught?
Yeah, you can probably just
charm test, probably.
Yeah, charm test.
All right. Well, we'll do that when I come in. So, hey.
Nice. So you took care of your face, of your hair maybe a bit. You ruffled up your clothes, stuff like that. This way you.
I jog the last little bit to there, so I get a little sweaty.
Yeah, you probably look. What's the word? Not angry, but scared. Yes, that's what you're going for.
Yeah.
Scared enough. And with that, you go back to your to the warehouse. Normally, the fight would probably start in a few hours from now. You know that. You're not even sure if Dankmar is still there. After all, his fighter. He sent him home.
Are Bertrand and Engelbert still here?
Actually, yeah. When you approach the warehouse, you see Bertrand and Engelbert standing outside. One of them is holding a large stein of ale, and the other is smoking a pipe. Even from here, you see that both of them have those like huge. Their foreheads are bruised essentially. They have swelling on their foreheads.
Guys, where's Stuckmar?
They look at you.
What the fuck happened to you?
Hello there, Lambert, says Engelbert. Dankmar, he's inside, but he has a meeting right now. He probably wouldn't like for you to interrupt him, he says.
No, this is like, this has to be to him. This is important, guys.
All right, says they both of them say that essentially at the same time. Well, I mean, if you want, you can go inside. He's in the back rooms. But as I said, he has visitors. Sorry.
Hey guys, if you're gonna go see a doctor about your head,
Oh no,
it's
no,
kind of
it's all fine. You know, we just we hit.
I just want to pass along. Do not go to Johannes. Don't go to Gustav. I
who are
cannot warn
Johannes
you.
and Gustav? We don't know any Johannes and Gustav.
The guys I was working with for a long time. That
Oh, those guys. Oh yeah,
That-
we didn't even
the
knew that they were
Dunbar-
named Johannes and Gustav. No.
Oh, okay, yeah, those two assholes. All right,
Oh,
let
yeah,
me get
yeah.
a. Yeah, yeah. All right. Hey, you're looking good, man. All right.
Thank you, man. Take care. And they, of course, when they're saying we don't know Johannes and Gustav, you see that.
Yeah, it's
they,
obviously. In their
Yeah,
mind.
it's obviously, and they just look at each other with nervously. Yeah, they are very bad at lying. You enter inside. You cross the. You cross them like the main hall. The fighters are preparing for the big night. Some of them are sparring.
Can I do a perception on the fighters
Mm-hmm.
to see if any of them are under the effect?
Sure.
That's a fucking 2,
Ooh.
baby.
You don't see anything suspicious about them.
Okay.
They look. Remember, your uncle only had a single fighter. I mean, he has few, but each week he only, like he only sends one for the fights, which means that
Yeah.
for today there's no fighter for Dankmar. The fighters here, no, they look. I mean, of course, they look tense. They look ready, before the big evening. But you don't see anything suspicious about them.
I walk by and I just shout, "Looking good, guys. Keep it up. You're gonna put on a great show."
Some of them don't even acknowledge you. Others are just, nodding at you. You even hear like one of them says roughly "thanks," stuff like that. You at the back.
The guy who said
Mhm.
thanks, he's gonna get his ass fucking handed to him.
At the back of the warehouse, there's a short corridor, which leads to a few, which leads to a few single rooms, which were probably previously used by the owners of this place, as bureaus and offices, stuff like that. But now they are mostly unused. You're looking for your uncle. Like I said, the corridor is short but dark and gloomy. Roll perception test. Ear-based perception test.
What?
You want
At least
to
it wasn't a
roll-
botch.
You want, Yeah.
I only have one luck.
so
No, I think it'll do better if I save that for now.
okay,
So I'm not going to.
right. You are trying to, to listen to. I mean, you're straining your ears and eyes to maybe discover where your uncle is actually, where he is at currently. But like I said, there are like half a dozen rooms, spaced evenly, and when you finally arrive at the right one, you hear that there's a conversation in hushed tones taking place behind the closed door. But then you also suddenly hear that the conversation is like, ending abruptly. You hear steps, the door opens, and you see that Dankmar is standing in the door, looking at you with this mix of, of nervousness turning into relief when he sees that it's you.
And he sees how distraught I am.
Yeah, he also sees how distraught you are. The room in which he was, having this conversation is dark and gloomy. There are no windows coming. There are no windows there, and really no source of light. So even for a halfling, it's dark. But you see behind his shoulders that there is a tall figure inside, dressed in long black hooded cloak, who, when it sees that you're looking at it, takes a few steps further back into the corner. Dankmar looks at you. Oh, Lambert, you're back finally. I was afraid that you might skip town or something.
No, Dunkmar, I have like some serious news.
Yes,
I
but
don't. We need to talk. We need to talk when we're alone. I can't. I don't. Who
yes.
the hell is that?
Not your concern, nephew. Look, return to the main hall, and wait for me there. I will finish speaking with my guest, and I'll be right back with you. All right? He says.
All right.
Very well. You can roll perception test minus 10%, Lambert, if you want.
Why is it minus 10?
Because it's dark and gloomy.
Halflings have. Dark.
I know, but it's still dark and gloomy.
Gotcha.
That's
weird. That's weird.
As I said before,
Dark magic.
Minus 10 on my.
So close.
you tried to catch a glimpse of the figure in the dark, but you couldn't. You couldn't get anything. You don't even see a hint of a face. The only thing that you see when Dankmar closes the door is that the figure is almost completely still, almost like a statue. Anyway, you return to the main hall.
Yeah.
You return to the main hall and wait for your uncle, Gustav and Johannes.
I actively pace around.
All right, sure. Gustav, Johannes, and Marla. You reach the very fine-looking Mauer-Blimschen district, the residential district. Full, as I said before, it is full of large houses of nobles, large quiet streets, and yeah, there is the very popular in the Empire martial theme to it, essentially. Statues of knights, soldiers, line every street. There are, stone-carved shields practically on every building. Some of the lanterns even have this strange motif that the glass part is covered by two crossed swords. And there are guards here. There are lots of guards. City Watch patrols this place in strength, you see. And these are not your usual, 3 4-man patrols. There are at least 5 watchmen here, and they all look very professional. They practically look like very well trained, almost knights. Because they have, at least the sergeants that are commanding the patrols, they have half-plate armor on them. You see pistols, tucked behind their belts in holsters. Their armaments are, of course, of very high quality, and they don't look like your usual slackers who just, they don't care, who just want their patrols to end so they may hit the tavern and get drunk or have fun with a girl.
Not like those assholes that were ripping off.
Yeah, the Kugelschreiber fellow. Yeah, exactly. Actually, I am going to roll. Fortunately for you, as you are making your way towards the Schnitzel estate, none of the patrols actually stop you. Although you are all, that you've all been, very, very distinctly viewed by every single one of them. Marla asks you guys, so what is the plan when we get there exactly? This place reminds me of our first job together. Remember, with the merchant and the horse's head.
Yeah. Well, I think we go to the servants' entrance, and we say that we're here to. That we heard there was a terrible, tragic accident, and we specialize in cleaning up such accidents.
Marla looks at you, Gustav.
I think it's a good plan. I mean, I've got my robes, so I can say I'm here to spread Shalia's tears over a sight of much suffering, and I don't know.
Well, wait a second. Oh yeah. Well, let's just hope that this plan of yours works, Johannes, says Marla. I mean, we are dealing with nobility here. You know, this can be potentially rather dangerous.
Well, hopefully we're dealing with their servants only, and not them in particular.
When
yes.
you get closer, you see that you probably see your place of interest. A large three-story mansion built completely from stone, with a tiled roof. There's a wall. There's a high wall, almost 3 meters tall. You know, topped with iron spikes. Of course, surrounding the entire thing. You see the crest. The crests mounted into the walls. You see that behind the walls there are, of course, tall, very well maintained, cared for trees. You also discovered that in front of the mansion in question, there are at least 10 guardsmen, actually. We are playing second edition, so according to the lore, the watch, according to the lore of the watch in the Empire has been replaced by the professional soldiers, but I've changed it slightly. Most watchmen have been replaced by professional soldiers, but there are still normal watchmen, because the Empire after the invasion wouldn't have so many soldiers to just act as watch officers.
Right.
But here you see that yes, given the fact that their uniforms are blue and red, and that they are armed to the teeth, that these are your usual Altdorf, soldiery. They look professional, they look ready to act, and not only that, but there are also 2 knights in polished silver armor. With one of them has his helmet in the crook of his left arm. The other one has his helmet on, but the visor is up. The look on their faces are best described as haughty. And you know who these men are. These are Reichsguard, the Emperor's own Praetorians. And it's clear that they are in charge. You hear Marla just cursing quietly under her nose, and Johannes and Gustav, you two also feel rather uneasy, especially since all of the men standing outside already spotted you, because other than the guards, there are no other people, and there are no other people on the street.
So it's probably customary to bow to somebody like that, right?
Well, they are nobility, you know.
Oh yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
They are noblemen.
And avert your eyes.
Yeah.
Grovel.
But I'll carry upon my business unless they stop us.
When you approach them with
Yes.
with heavy hearts. You see that 3 of the soldiers, they actually they want to intercept you. They move to to approach you, but the Reichsguard just one of the knights barked an order, "Halt! Move back, man!" And the soldiers very quickly move behind them. The knights just wait for you to approach. The one without the helmet has very well maintained blonde hair and beard. The one wearing a helmet, you only see that he has a rather luxurious looking mustache, black mustache. You approach them, and you bow, I presume.
Yes.
Gustav, you as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna bow.
When you bow, of course Marla also bowed very deeply. And you once again straighten yourselves. The blonde knight says, rather bluntly, what do you want?
Well, my good sir, we we are known for our ability to clean up horrible stains and have heard of the tragic events that took place here and would like to offer our services.
The second knight in the helmet just sneers. It's like vultures smell death and already came to earn some gold. You commoners never cease to disgust me, he says.
No, that we are purely here. You see, we have a Shalayan here. It is purely we want to do this out of for the mercy of Shalia, and to take away some of the pain and anguish of this poor family. What little way we can do it,
Raw fellowship.
Roll bullshit.
Raw bullshit, yeah. I mean, you are saying this very well, so I'm not going to give you any minus modifiers, but given that you are speaking to members of upper class, and actually this is one of the few things that 4th edition, holy shit, does very well. I don't know if you guys know in 4th edition...
help, but you don't need it.
Yeah. Actually, you wouldn't... I mean, no, you would be able to help him. In 4th edition, there's this mechanic that if you are from like lower status and you're speaking with someone of higher status, then you have minus modifiers. Like you have bronze, silver, and gold status, and of course, gold is the nobility, bronze is like beggar. And if you're trying to do business with people of higher status and lower, actually, then you have modifiers. But anyway, you see that the knights, they look at each other. The blonde knight looks at you. So you're all Shalians, right? Yeah, I certainly look the part. Not much meat on your bones. Not martial in any way. Very well. You can enter. Offer your services to the Schnitzel widow. Just be mindful. The woman lost not only her husband but her brother and cousin last night. Her name is Edeltraud.
Edeltraud.
Actually, I've here Edeltraud.
Yeah. Except for my dyslexia, I actually spelt that right.
Yeah, you actually did.
No, me. I spelt it right on my own.
Oh, just one thing.
I got the E and the L wrong.
Yeah, Edel. No, it's Edel, right? Not Edel. Edeltraud, I think. Yeah.
Edeltraud.
Just one last thing. Says the blonde knight, who seems to be more, maybe not sympathetic, but more cordial to you than his helmeted fellow. Leave all of your weapons with us. Daggers, clubs. You'll be given them back when you return.
Oh yes.
But you are Shalan, so that shouldn't be any problems for you, right? So that shouldn't be any problem for you, right?
No, not at all. I hand over the fancy dagger that I have.
You hand over the fancy dagger to the knight, but of course, one of the soldiers, ordinary soldiers, approaches all three of you and just takes the dagger from your hand, Johannes, and then takes the rest of your weapons and puts them in a large wooden basket that is near the gate. And with that, you enter.
Did they pat us down, or did we just hand them over?
No. You just they've asked you to give what they see that you have, and only weapons. You can take the backpacks, stuff like that.
I give my quarterstaff and a dagger in my boots, but I keep my knuckle dusters in my robes.
Sure, no problem. They don't pat you. They don't pat you down. You enter the premises of Schnitzel's estate. Lambert, you waited for like 10 more minutes before you see that the door to the dank corridor open, and Dankmar, Dankmar, emerges. Behind him is the tall hooded figure, who almost, if etheric-like, passes to your right and moves towards the exit. Not saying a word, not uttering a sound.
That's not creepy at all.
Yeah, Dankmar waits for the figure to disappear, and you know that he waits for the figure to disappear because you see that he looks at its back over your shoulder. When it's probably finally gone through the door, he uses a different handkerchief, but also one that is already pretty damp, to wipe his forehead, and he looks at you sharply this time. All right, nephew, tell me the good news, he says.
Dunkmar, there's no good news, bud.
Oh, I'm very disappointed. Lambert.
No, like they're trying to sell on the side, but the fuckers that I used to work with.
Wait, so
No.
So they know what's in the box?
All right. One, I know what's in the box, and
how
at first, because they fucking spilled to me, man. We went through hell and back together, man.
And he come inside, and he points to the corridor. We're not going to talk about this here. Fuck's sake, he says. You follow him, Michael?
Yeah, I follow him. I know.
Yeah. You follow him, and he leads you to the room in which he had the conversation with the hooded figure. You see that there's nothing in this room. There's like a single empty upturned crate and nothing else. There are cobwebs in the corners, and it's very dirty. It's clear that those rooms are not in use for some time now. He closes the door. He looks at you. Those motherfuckers! They promised me that they didn't look into the fucking box. What's in the box? No, of course they had to look in the box. And now you know what's in the box.
I know what's in the box. All right.
You know shit, he says. You don't know what I've sacrificed for my family, for our family.
Dunkmar, I'm not here against you, man. I'm here. I looked at it. I was terrified. I'm like, what the fuck did he get into? And now I'm like, all right, maybe there's some good business behind this. And the more I thought about it, no, this makes sense. This could actually be good for us. These fuckers wanted to sell on the side.
Well, let me put it this way.
No. Let me put it this way, bud. They're working for someone else.
He looks at you. You see that he puts his hand, under his jacket, and you tense.
I need to charm.
You tense, but you see that he pulls out a flask, and uncorks it, and takes a long swig. So you're telling me, he says very calmly, that your useless fucking human friends, and I don't care what kind of hell you went through together. I don't care if it ended in handies in the back alley or something like that.
Man, I would have killed for a handy. I didn't get shit.
You want to tell me that they not only did they looked into the box when I ordered them not to, but that they are also dealing crimson shade behind my back to someone who's probably my competition.
Yeah.
Well, Lambert, did you say your farewells to them? Because that was probably the last time you saw them alive.
Dunkmar, I want to make this a point, bud. If you cut this thread, you lose any chance of finding out who your competitor is.
Yeah, but you know what I really hate, Lambert, except for undercooked food? Snitch.
Is a fucking
Snitches.
snitch. A fucking
Yeah.
snitch. I know.
And you know
The
the,
family.
word?
The
Snitches
fam-
get stitches.
Yeah, I'm not looking for.
Bitches end up in ditches.
I'm not looking for stitches. Stitches means you're just gonna beat them up. No, fuck that. Snitches get fucking wrung out like the fucking rats they are. What I want is the best for this family. What I want is the family to survive. I don't give a shit about those Longshanks. I want the family to survive. So, you know what? No. Shut up. Shut up, voice in my head. Dunkmar. Dunkmar.
Damn mother.
Dunkmar.
Yes, I hear you.
God damn it, snap out of it. Listen to me. What I have is an inn. They already trust me, dude. I've been with them for a long enough time. Let me go in. Let me figure out who the fuck this is. I can work between.
Charm him.
Harm him? Did you say harm him?
Charm him.
Oh. Charm, not harm.
It's like I've got a weapon skill of 24, dude. I'm not doing shit.
You got a frying pan in your backpack.
That is the thing. Woo!
Nice.
Nice.
But
Almost as good as my roll.
yeah, you see that, you have the speech and you're presenting options, and you see that Dankmar is livid. For the first time, really for the first time, you saw him angry, like honestly angry. You see that he's red on the face. His eyes are just two small pinpricks. Like his irises are two small pinpricks in his eyes. He just cracks his knuckles. But then you present your ideas, your options, and he's like, you see that with a relief, you see that he starts nodding his head, and he's like,
If we cause a mess, if two people end up dead and that shit's linked back to us, that looks fucking terrible. Now, we can get them killed. That's not an issue. We can find people to kill people.
Actually, 3 people,
Huh?
because we would have to kill that blonde bitch as well, he says.
All right, but let me have my phone with her first.
He looks at you disgusted when you said that. Like,
Dude, don't get on me on this shit. You're the one out here moving this shit through the city. I don't give a shit about Crimson
Yeah.
Shade. Do you think I give a shit about the fucking drugs? You think I give a shit about the fucking money? No, I give a shit about the fucking family. I'm pretty fucking disappointed in you, and I know what you sacrificed.
I
Fucking
thought you were
do.
gonna say the
It's
bitches
for
for a second.
It's all for the fucking family. I get it. I'm here for the family. You want the money? That's fine. You want to establish something? That's fine. You want to leave a legacy? That's fine. But
I'm
here for
doing
the money.
those things.
Shut the fuck up. I'm here out of trust.
Sorry,
I'm
Michael. He slaps you in the face.
Yeah.
He slaps you in the face very hard. When you say shut the fuck up to him, he slaps you in the face. I don't know if you react. If you don't, he says, "Talk to me like that again, you little worm, and I'll gut you myself. I'm your uncle, and I'm your better." Now, return to saying what you want to do.
I want to make it clear. All right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to make it clear. I'm here for the family.
Yes, you
I
said
don't
that
give a
10
shit.
times already.
If that hand comes out and strikes me again,
Oh, don't do it.
No. You just said you said that 10 times already. I want something concrete from you.
what do you want?
You say that you're going to work with them to.
To figure out who's at the top.
All right, figure out who's at the top. All right, I'm game. I like this idea. I honestly didn't thought that you had this in you. We still need to work on your sense of respect to your betters, but we are on a good. What's the word? We are on the good heading.
We're on the right track.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are on the right track. Very well.
Old dwarven saying, I guess. From the mine.
Very well. I'll give you 1 week to present me with something solid. I don't mean that you need to discover everything within a single week, of course. But something tangible, something concrete. If you
I
present
have
it to
questions.
me, respect, Lambert. I haven't finished yet. I've indulged you for too long. Not anymore. If I think that you did well, you continue your little surveillance. If not, well, as I said before, I'm just going to kill your friends. I mean, they're not your friends. You just said that you want to rat them out, which I'm glad that family matters to you. Because I thought that, well, that maybe you're just in this for your own sake, but I'm glad your parents would be proud of you. Now, you want to ask questions. Ask questions. Just be mindful of the tone, nephew.
All right.
I don't suffer fools.
Dunkmar, I apologize. I got real heated. It's been a fucking shock. All right? I'm not going to be able to control certain things the way that I speak. I understand. But I shouldn't have been shouting at you like that.
Well, you better control yourself when you're going to rat on your buddies. You know, in this business, if you show any weakness, the people that they are working for will take quick care of you.
I can lie to a Longshanks, Dunkmar. They're too tall to see me.
Good one. Good one.
All right. How deep in the family is this? I mean, like, who can I talk to about business?
You can talk to me,
Is it
of course, and you can also talk to Jack Regal Ale Paddle. You know him. And he, says that second cousin, blah 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 blah, blah, and so on.
Gotcha.
And you can talk to any Duckworth duckweed. They know about my little operation. The rest of the family, they are oblivious to it. I'm
That's
of
good.
course not including, and I will never include any women and children in this business. This is only for the men, for the patriarchs.
It's good, respectable work for us.
Of course, I am doing this as I wanted to tell you before you so rudely interrupted me. I am doing this for the family, Lambert, because believe it or not, my little shop is not bringing as much revenue as it used to. Before this fucking war, we were kings of our district. We were bringing my products was bringing so much money from those tall bastards and even from the dwarves. But ever since Altdorf got flooded with the riffraff from the north and east, well, let's just say that if I wouldn't accept this offer from some very fine and very powerful individuals, we would either have to return to Mut or hit the streets. I did all of this for the clan. I did all of this for the family. I did all of this for my children, for my wife, and for you as well, dear nephew, given that I am taking care of you in this city. I didn't do this because I get off on the power or the money. I did this because I want us to survive. And this is the only way right now for us to survive. And you see that he has this manic look in his eyes, almost feverish.
He's fucking ranting.
Yeah. You might not
Dunkmar.
like this, and I'm making sure that none of us takes this shit. I'm not taking this shit, and I will flay alive any of my clan whom I even suspect of taking a sniff of this shit, including you. Hugs, not drugs. Remember.
All right. I get it. All right.
It's only for the fucking humans,
Man.
for the fucking elves, and for the fucking dwarfs. Not for us.
Dunkmar, man, we really good at butting our heads together. All right, man, that's why I like you so much, man. You're fucking honest.
I owe
All
Sam.
All right. So I only have like 2 more questions here. All right.
Go ahead. We can speak.
If I find out who's at the top of this, what's the game plan there, man? We cut the snake, cut the head off that snake. That's one off.
Well,
How many competitors do you think you have out here?
all I know, and he says quietly, he starts pacing around the room. All I know is that currently there's crimson shade everywhere in Altdorf. Lots of
The
people are
market's
buying
kinda
it.
flooded.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of people are buying it. Lots of people are using it. I don't know if you've heard about this unfortunate business in the what's the word? Mauer Blimschen district in the southern part of Altdorf, near the palace.
I had heard from a barkeep about a slaughter
Yeah,
at
exactly.
some aristocratic dipshit's dinner.
Yeah, exactly. And those said dipshits, they've apparently, and I know this from a good contact in City Watch, they've overdosed on the stuff, on the shade. That's something that we want to. Well, let's just say that I'm selling my product to the right people, to the people who will not make this kind of mistakes, if you know what I mean.
It's regrettable to see a customer that should be a repeat customer.
Exactly.
Kind of stuff. It's
Exactly.
regrettable to see them die, but I'm not going to weep over a couple of dead longshanks.
Of course, but first of all, if too many people will start killing themselves because of the stuff, the authorities who are probably already investigating this whole thing might investigate it a bit further. We don't want that.
Yeah.
And as you said yourself, a dead client is a client who can't buy any more of the product, right? We don't want that as
Yeah.
well. So, if you discover who Gustav and Johannes, may their names be cursed forever by Esmeralda, are working for, then you tell this to me, and then I pass it to a friend of mine. Actually,
do we have-
you just saw him. We were talking here, and he left.
Oh, nice.
He's a man of focus, commitment, sheer fucking will.
Liam Neeson?
No, actually, that's from John. That's from the speech from first John Wick when the Russian
Yeah.
gangster talks to his son.
Wow. Yeah. All right.
And he
Has the skills.
yeah, let's just say that he really wants for us to succeed, Lambert. And that he's someone you don't want to cross. Trust me, you don't. Because he's paying the bills.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking to bite the hand that feeds me, man.
If you would bite the hand that feeds you, he would cut off your hand and made you choke on it. Trust me. And you see
That's-
now that he's saying this with honest fear in his voice and in his eyes. And he takes another long swig from the flask and actually offers you some
I sniff it.
alcohol, like probably schnapps.
Think it's too sweet for me.
Very well. You never had appetite for strong liquor anyway, he says.
My last question here, bud, and then
Sure.
and then I will go and I will get the rats that have done this. All right,
Yes, please.
or the Rat King. I got whoever's at the top. What's the end goal? I mean, where's this all headed?
Oh, where's this all headed? This all headed towards more shipments, more money for our clan, more gold that I can send back to our relatives in the mood. This is for us, for the
family.
for the Lightfoot and Cherry Hearts clans and families to become major political, not only social but political players on the outdoor scene. You know that I think that if we would make it big, we could realistically enter outdoors politics. Like,
That's why you took me in.
yeah, there are already
You saw me in the moot. You saw me arguing for halfling rights with those lazy entitled fucks. Back
Yes,
in the moot.
but unlike your commendable but misguided way of arguing for our rights, I'm talking about something real, Lambert. I'm talking about having honest to God's power over not only our kind, which we are natural leaders, Lambert, Cherryhearts and Lightfoots, we are natural leaders. No, imagine we could rule, we could influence the tall folk, we could influence humans, we could even make the Emperor himself respect us. And we can only do this if we have money, and we can only have money in this fucking godforsaken world if we stoop to selling this shit from Estalia. I don't like this, Lambert. I don't like
either,
selling poison.
But I understand.
But-
I understand.
Yes, but I want to make sure that our kind, our families, but all our kind will not only be protected, but will also receive the proper respect that we are owed. In a few years,
The ends justify the means.
in a few years, you will be able to look the strongest people in Altdorf in the eye and garner respect from them. Because of me, because of the sacrifices I've made. And you will be grateful to me for this, Lambert. You will be grateful that old Dankmar Lightfoot sacrificed his dignity, his decency, his life for the cause, for the family. You see that he is now in full psycho mode, by the way. He just...
Yeah.
His eyes are just bulging. He's sweating. He looks almost like out of game. He looks like a golem.
Dugmar.
Hey, can we take a real quick break? I'm about to pee my pants.
Yeah, sure. Go.
Okay, hold on.
Lambert really quietly kind of like whispers, forceful whisper, Dunkmar. I think Esmeralda will carry you this far. I think you've got our gods at your back. And I got you here, bud. I understand. We've been living under the boot heel for too long.
I know,
It's time we took a stand.
and I'm glad that you see that, cousin. Nephew. He says, and he.
It's all right. There's a lot of us.
And he puts, his arm on your shoulder. I'm glad that you see that. I'm glad that you see the bigger picture. I'm sorry for that outburst before. As you can probably guess, I am slightly on the edge, dealing in hundreds.
When somebody steals money from your purse, it's kind of a dick move.
I mean, Gustav and Johannes, they are scum, they are animals, but, I'm not even talking about them. They are just two lowlives that are beneath my notice, that they should be beneath my notice. No, I'm talking about dealing in hundreds of gold crowns daily, because I don't know if you know, Lambert, but Crimson Shade, especially this Crimson Shade, is of the highest quality, and let me tell you, there's nothing better on the market right now. It comes straight from the source, it comes straight from Estalia.
I'm honestly impressed. It can't be easy to get that pure a leaf.
No, it's not, but it's we can talk about the details of that sometime later.
Sorry for the gift in the chat and the Discord.
Let's see.
I'm honestly like,
Yeah.
I am honest. Words are really hard. God, I love you so much, man. You're just
Come on.
you're the best thing that could have happened to this family. Finally, we're gonna have the fucking respect we deserve.
Well, come on, give me a hug, nephew. He says.
Yeah, come here, bud.
And he hugs you. He kisses your cheek.
I'm sorry, but I have to go back there.
Yes.
They're
I
gonna
also
catch
need
wise.
to go.
They're gonna catch wise. Also,
I need to make sure that Vitold's body has been properly disposed of.
I did the customers get kind of roughed up after the
No, I
front?
mean, you know,
Engelbert and Bertrand don't look that great.
well,
They look like
they
they got hit.
Engelbert and what's the word? Those other
Bertrand.
one, and Bertrand. I've sent them to, you know, to well, to just to spy on our friends, and unfortunately, they got. They told me that they were seen by, I think, Gustav. I'm not going to send them after them anymore. They are not fit for this. But since you are going, what's the word, incognito, to sniff out who they're working for, Bertrand and Engelbert will be able to do what they do best. So, and this means, you know, making
That's
sure
smart.
that I'm safe. But and of course to do things like, well, like I said, dispose of poor Vitold's corpse. Unfortunately, he I wanted to give him an edge for today's fight, and I think he took a little bit too much of the shade. Well,
Well,
it
that
happens.
sucks.
Yeah,
Uh,
but
We
we
can
are.
find another.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I still have a few tall cretins working for me, and poor Vitold will be chopped up into little tiny pieces and thrown into the Reich for the
Oh,
for the fishes.
for the fishes.
Yes, yes.
Dunkler, I, I'm gonna be gone for a couple of days to figure this out.
I
alright?
know, I
I'm
know,
gonna
I
be,
understand.
I'm gonna get deep into it. I'm gonna get deep in the paint, and I just want you to know, end of all ends, I'm in it for the family. As long as you've got our best future in head. All right.
I have nephew, and
And I shake his hand with the. I'm gonna roll a strength test to try and get the biggest strength, like strongest handshake I can. I have a shit strength, so let's do it, baby. Yay!
you you shake his hand as strongly as you can, which is not very strong. But he shakes it back, and you know he puts his left hand on top of your hand as he shakes it, and he says, "Lambert, you play your cards right, and you're going places, my boy. Remember that. You're going fucking places.
Our people are going places now.
Yes. May Esmeralda and Queensberry watch over you," he says as he, you know, pats you on the cheek. Not strongly, very lightly. Now, go and report to me back when you discover something. Remember, I want the first report after 1 week. If I won't get it from you within 1 week, I will take care. I will take matters into my own hands.
You got it. And Duckmar,
Yes.
go get some sleep, man. At least a little bit before the fights start.
Yeah. I mean, I will probably bet on some other fighters. You know, earn some easy money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the names. Can I just describe the guy that said thanks and say like, he's probably the best fighter I saw out there.
He says, "Oh, you mean William? Yeah, I think. Well, you know what? I'll take your word for it. I will bet some money on him. If I win, I will share it with you. Hmm?
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, off you go. I'll
Yes, sir.
see you soon. Look out for yourself, my boy."
It's always having to.
Yeah.
And I close the door behind me and just breathe the biggest fucking sigh of like, well, fuck, I'm in it now.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back with Johannes and Gustav, but now I need to quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be in a minute.
Yeah,
Back in a minute.
same. I'll be
All right.
back.
No worries. Yeah. Well, at least Lambert's getting somewhere.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Okay,
So,
no worries.
Gustav and Johannes, you've entered the grounds of Schnitzel family estate.
Mhm.
There's
Yes.
a short cobbled like path leading to the main door. You see that in front of the door there are two more outdoor soldiers with halberds standing watch. But since you've been cleared by the knights, they let you through. One of them opens the door for you. The other just says you may enter. So the three of you enter the insides of the house. You immediately see that this is an abattoir. Even in the main hall, where you've just entered, there is blood, lots of blood, on the walls, on the very expensive-looking carpets, on the coat racks and coats on the rack. You even see slashes on the wooden paneled walls, long blade slashes. It smells. There's this peculiar smell in this place. It is a house of noble family, probably insanely wealthy noble family. So the whole place smells old and rather rich, but it's also mixed with the unmistakable smell of drying
Nice.
blood and of death.
But like,
Gustav, what were you saying?
oh, I was trying to get the dog to come inside. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So you're inside. You don't see anyone currently. What are you doing?
So there. Okay, we don't see anyone. I would say we and we're just like in the main hall. Do we see any doors or anything?
There's a stairway. There's a double stairway leading up. There are doors on your left, on your right. Between the double stairway, there's a rather nice-looking statue, probably of one of the Schnitzer's ancestors. In the true style of the Mauer Blümchen, he is of course portrayed as a knight, holding a long bladed spear and a shield with the family's crest. The statue is also covered in viscera. There are, like I said, there are doors on your level. There are doors on the upper levels. The whole mansion is huge. It is a very large house. Maybe not as large as the Staller's country estate, but still large nonetheless.
I would say I look at stuff and Marla and say, I suppose we should look through one of the doors on the side before we go upstairs and get ourselves in trouble. What do you say?
Agreed. Yeah. We said we came here to do. Let's go check out the scene then.
So, like ground floor doors.
Which one? There are. You can see like 6 doors total, including rather large 2 like what's the word? Double doors to your left. The other doors are single, but all of them, of course, look incredibly well made and incredibly expensive. Aside from the rugs, there are, of course, many portraits hanging on the walls. Some of them of the sanctic nature, showing various saints, Sigmar, holy iconography. But there are, of course, also portraits showcasing the beautiful Reikland nature, and naturally, various Schnitzel family members. Many of the portraits have been destroyed, slashed with a long blade, and of course covered in blood. So, Sean, sorry, I interrupted you, but
No, it's fine. Well, it looks like we've got our work cut out for us in this room. I'm wondering if the battle perhaps started through these double doors here. Weren't they having a dinner party? Let's look in there and see what work we have in there. I try to say it kind of loudly, but maybe someone will hear me.
both of you see that Marla is very nervous, looking around, and Gustav, you see that she is, semi-consciously patting the space where she normally has her dagger, strapped to her belt.
I have a water skin. I'm gonna take the water skin out and dab some in my hand and just sprinkle it like it's the tears of Shalia. Like I'm taking.
Nice, very cool idea. All right. So, Johannes, I presume you lead the way and you approach the double door. Yes. All right. You open the double door, or are you knocking first?
I do knock first, knock, and then
And then you open.
Yeah.
And you enter the dining hall, probably one of the dining rooms in this house, because you are clear that an estate like that has more than one. Inside, it's a scene from a madman's dream. You see a place of utter carnage. You see a long table, probably, fit for more than a dozen people to dine at easily. You see a huge fireplace, of course, completely doused at this time of day, with the family crest over it. You see tall windows, almost like almost in the style of church windows, of cathedral windows, very high in style. There are naturally, as I've mentioned before, portraits on the walls. There are suits of armor standing in regular intervals, and there's blood everywhere, and I mean everywhere. You are when you enter the room, you feel your feet just stomping into mushy, damp rags, and even before you look down, you know that this is not water. You see that the table itself, it looks like someone just poured a few liters of red paint onto it, but it's not red paint. No, it's really not. You see that the suits of armor are covered in blood. You see that the fireplace is covered in blood, and the worst part is that there's not just blood here. You see, just as Finron said, on one of the chandeliers there's still a rope of entrails hanging from it. There are body parts strewn everywhere. Just bits of flesh, fingers, hands. To your horror, you think that you see that one of the suits of armor had its helmet replaced with a severed head.
Mhm.
And there are people here, aside from you. But before I describe them, I want all of you to roll willpower. Plus 20%.
We've seen some shit.
Oh,
Plus 20, I think you've passed. Nice.
Yeah.
maybe.
Plus 20, I still pass.
Nice.
Yeah, I passed.
Marla also passed. Plus 20. I mean, a few days ago you saw, Walking Dead, a huge mutated beastman swinging, a bloody chain, and you saw an evil wizard, using his magics. This place, of course, is horrible, but you've seen worse. Actually, I don't think that any of you, when we were playing our last adventure, any of you looked into the cart that was at the Stutler's estate. I described the
I
cart.
did.
Oh,
We had to test.
so
Yeah.
you remember that there were body parts there. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's. I mean, this is horrible, but it's not as bad as that was. But you see that there are people here. There's half a dozen people. First of all, you almost immediately spot what you think. I mean, who you think is Edeltraud-Schnitzel, the widow, the Schnitzel widow. An elderly woman in a very nice-looking gown, who was clearly not sleeping for the last night, because she has those huge bags under her eyes. Her face is pale. She's frail. She looks very frail herself. The remaining people, 5 of them, they look like this strange mix of guards, soldiers, and perhaps scholars. They are all armed rather well, with a variety of swords, axes, maces, and knives. They all look like they can really handle themselves. They are also armored, although relatively lightly in leather and scale armor. And they look like they are actually. They look like they're actually investigating the place. They're using strange tools like magnifying glasses, some sort of brushes, and other things that you can't even really name on the tables, on the broken chairs, on the pieces of armor that have been covered in blood and viscera. They look like ants, just working frantically in the in or around their hive. And then you see the man in the middle of this whole mess, who is actually talking to the woman, to the probably Edeltraud. And you can feel your blood turning into ice in your veins. The man is tall, powerfully built, dressed in long brown leather coat. He has, you think that he has at least 8 pistols on him, stacked everywhere. There's a rapier hanging from his waist with a very beautiful looking hilt, forged to resemble a soaring dragon. He has grey beard, not too long, and actually relatively well kept. And he has wide-brimmed long hat on his head. There are symbols of Sigmarite dogma everywhere on him.
Shit.
Comets with twin tails, hammers, imperial crosses with skulls in them.
Do we know what he is?
Yeah, you know who he is. When
Oh,
you've
God damn
entered, he was the first to turn towards you, and you see that his eyes. When you see his eyes, you for a split second thought that the skeletons at the Stutler's estate had more human look in their eye sockets than this man. It's like you're looking into a void. Into cold, dispassionate, completely devoid of any feelings, void. Only after a split second, you see that the woman that he was speaking to turned towards you, and she frowns her brow. The rest of the men here and women, because there are like 4 men, 2 women in the dressed in this rather strange manner, they don't even give you, even a side glance. They just continue working. The woman in question asks in a very frail, breaking voice, "And who might you be?"
Oh, madam, we are adherents of the was it the White Dove?
Order of the Bleeding Heart.
Oh, we're adherents of the Order of the Bleeding Heart.
And sprinkling water over areas of suffering.
Yeah, there you go. What he said. And we've come to help wash away the horror of what has happened here.
"Oh, Shalians, Sigmar be praised. Of course, welcome," she says as she, she steps away from the tall man. She approaches you not too quickly. You see that she has problems with walking. You guess that it's the age probably, but not only the age. You see as you get closer, you see that this woman was wounded. She has bandages on her both of her arms, and she walks with a clear limp. Hissing in pain with every step. Johannes, she grabs your hands into her own wrinkly hands, puts them up to her lips, and she kisses your hands. "Oh, I am so blessed that in this darkest of hours, the goddess of mercy sent her servants to my house. Oh, if only my poor husband was still alive to see this. Oh, thank you so much, boy," she says. "What is your name?"
Ruprecht.
Nice. 1,000 thrones, I see. All right.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, the main chaos sorcerer of Nergal was named Ruprecht.
All right, cool. Good choice.
Yeah, as you say that, even you, Johannes, she's standing right in front of you, but you can't take your eyes off the man who is very slowly, almost lazily approaching you, to stand right behind her as she's speaking to you. He's not saying anything, he's just looking at each of you with his admittedly very piercing stare. "Oh, Ruprecht, that's a fine name. My great-grandfather, he was named Ruprecht, and he was such a fine male specimen," she says, rather strangely, admittedly. And who are your friends? This man here," and she looks at Gustav. "You, boy, have a most peculiar accent."
Oleg Zandbergen.
"Oh, Oleg.
I'm from the Wastelands originally.
Oh, I see. And who is this beautiful young woman here?" And Marla says, "I am Brunhilde Bar," she says.
That's a good one. That's
Yeah.
a good one.
"I am an adherent of the dove," she also says. And the Edeltraud just looks at her, smiles
You guys are
broadly.
doing good.
Sorry, what was that, Bran?
I said you guys are doing good.
Edeltraud just looks at her and just nods her head. "Oh, so nice. Tell me, dear, are you perhaps a priestess of Shalia?" "Oh, I plan to become one," says Brunhilde. "Hopefully in the future. I'm just learning the ropes with Oleg and Ruprecht here." Oh,
I have taken my
I see.
wandering oath, and these two are following me, helping to ease suffering in
Oh,
our travels.
that's so nice of you, so nice. As you can probably see, darkness came to my house. I've lost so many family members last night, including my poor husband, including Adelgis. He was
They're geese.
here,
Oh,
Adelgis.
aldegeese.
No,
I
no,
was like, other geese? What?
Adelgis. Adelgis. I don't know. I mean, those stupid names are really dumb, but you know, Adelgis Schnitzer sounds like a German officer from Second World War or something. But you know, whatever. Including my poor husband Adelgis, my second cousin Notker, my brother-in-law Kleber, and my good friend Herta. She wasn't family really, but I treated her like sister. Oh, and she just keeps your hands, Johannes, in her, and she just looks at you with this wide smile. To you, it seems like she's not really here.
Yeah.
There's this silence, uncomfortable one.
So,
Do her wounds look properly
Yeah.
dressed?
Yeah, they look very well dressed.
Do we have anything to give her for the pain?
You don't think that she actually feels any pain. You think Gustav, and you Johannes too, without any rolls, that's why she's acting like that. Not only probably she then slept, but she probably got some very strong painkillers.
Yeah.
She looks like essentially she's stoned.
yeah.
You look like you need your rest. Where's your bed?
Oh no, I still haven't. I still have my duties to the Empire and the Emperor and Sigmar. May he forever rule from the high heavens. I still, actually,
Praise Sigmar.
yes, actually, Frau Edeltrod, says the man in the white brim hat. I think that this Sharayan speaks the truth. You should go and try and get some rest. My retainers and I will continue our investigation, and we will leave the premises of your estate shortly. Oh, of course, Herr Klinger. If I can be of any assistance, you did much already. Now please, take some rest. Sigmar knows that you've earned it. I will speak with those fine men and women and the women here, he says, and looks at you free. He turns to one of his, you guess, henchmen and says, Everard, take good Frau Schnitzel to her bedchamber. Yes, Captain, says the man. Quickly approaches the old lady, offers her his arm, and takes her out of the leads her away from the room. Yeah, sure, Michael. You know what? Probably Lambert. I mean, all right. Tell me what Lambert wants to do now, because I will probably need to RP the guys
That's
right
fine.
now.
Lambert's going back to the wand to wait for the boys.
Mm-hmm. All right, and that's it.
Really it.
All right. So with probably still shaking slightly, you leave the warehouse. You move past the two muscle men, Bertrand and Engelbert, who they look at you and they smile with this almost childish glee, saying, "We'll see you around, Lambert. you be careful, eh? You be careful who with whom you're dealing with, eh? Just in case, eh?"
I just turn around and was like, Guys, shut up. You just sound way more suspicious.
All right. You know, we're just saying. You know, we like you, man. You know. And you know, with that, they return to doing whatever it is
Just
they're doing.
standing there.
Yeah, just standing. You know, I mean, they are talking and laughing, probably, you know, about something inappropriate. Like I said, one of them is still taking swigs from his flask. The other one is smoking his pipe. I mean, his pipe, not the other's pipe. Oh, sorry. You know what
Smoking the
I
other
mean.
guy's pipe.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
called
man, don't shame him.
it's called bro job, I believe. And yeah, they just.
It's just a double Dutch rudder, that's all.
I've heard about this. This is horrible. Jesus. Anyway, you leave them behind and you go back to the wand. And so, if you need to go, Michael, we can finish
Yeah, I
this
need to-
here. Now,
I need to pick some up.
when it comes to actually we can talk about this already. I will be away from 21st to 28th.
And then I'll be in New York from the 27th through the 30th.
Yeah, so I can potentially play on the 5th. That said, one of my family members will have a few days before will have a surgery. Nothing too serious, and I should be available. But if all of you guys are cool with the 5th, just so you know, I may have
Alright,
to
so
cancel.
remember the 5th of November, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it works for me.
Um, I just want to point out, Wyman the Anchorite for my sign
Mm-hmm.
is about being extra cautious and wary, methodical when needed,
Mm-hmm.
patient and tolerant. I think I have more than exercised those.
Yeah, I mean, 70 points for you, Michael, for the game today. 10 points for your
Alright.
character. 10 points for the mood. You did mention it, and you were talking about the family stuff like that. 10 points for the star sign. 5 points for your for RPing a race different than human as usual. Your halfling is very good. And when it comes to your doom,
1 sec. My
and by
doom-
the way, 10 points for religion, of course, and because I also saw, you were talking about Queensberry, Esmeralda, that was very cool. And just tell me about your doom, and I can give you points for that, or not, depending on what kind of doom.
all is not as it seems.
Yeah, I think was pretty good today with the whole deception thing, so I think I'll give you 10 points for that, sure.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Get some more fellowship next time.
Yeah. Just so you guys know, the current plot with the shade, it will probably be incorporated into other scenarios as well, just so you know. So this will be a slight mix. I'm saying this, just in case, for our future games. But I think it has potential. Okay, so these are points for you, Michael.
I also want to point out that
Oh yeah, and ideas.
By-
If you had any cool ideas that actually paid off, I think you did with the with your uncle and
double agenting.
Yeah. So I'll give you 5 points for this idea, of course.
Oh, that puts me at 200.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just want to point out by the end of Charlatan, I should have a fellowship of 80.
Yeah.
Wow.
If I survive.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Okay.
Y'all
So
be good.
All
yeah.
right, later.
See you on the 5th.
Wait,
On the 5th.
break a lance.
Yeah.
I intend to try not to break my feet.
Yeah. Have fun during the ride, and be careful, eh?
Yep.
Okay.
Later, dude.
Later.
See you later. And now we
Later.
return to you guys. And so, wait a second. Okay, and so, the woman was, she was taken away by the man named Everald. The tall, almost apparition-like Templar stands in front of you, and he just looks at you for a long time. And he says, "I am Ginter Klinger, Templar of Sigmar. You know what this means, don't you?
This is a very serious incident.
Yes, it is. Half a dozen people murdered each other violently last night in this house. It started here, and he does the
Sign of the cross as he says that.
yeah. You do the sign, and he does the gesture with his right hand, you know, encompassing all of the room. It started here, and then it moved outside to the main hall and the few other rooms on the first floor. The powerful and influential of Altdorf's political scene tore each other to shreds. 8 more people are wounded, 3 of them in critical state. They won't probably survive to the next morning.
Was it an argument that started, or an old family feud or something?
We are trying to ascertain this right now, but what we know from the servants' testimonies, initial servants' testimonies, because there will be many more, much more detailed ones when I return with them to the temple. It started with one man, a black sheep of the family, so to speak, a young rake actually. The man in question was Gaston Schnitzer. He was, well, he is dead. He was the one who started all of this. The servants, they only heard the commotion through the closed doors before the doors burst open and people armed to the teeth rode outside, slashing, stabbing, and cutting each other with swords, axes, and rapiers, all family heirlooms. But they told me that it was Gaston who started the whole thing. He was under influence. Now tell me, Tileans, do you by any chance know anything about the real cause of what happened here last night?
I don't see how we could.
Really?
Other than the general evils in the hearts of men.
Then
No.
why 3 commoners? Because I can see that you're not nobility. Visit this place of noble carnage half a day after it happened, in one of the most expensive and off limits for people like you districts in the entire city. I mean, Schnitzers, they are. It is said that they used to have ear of the previous emperor. And while I don't exactly believe that, they are very powerful family when it comes to Altdorf's political scene. And you just happen to visit this place now to offer your services to poor widow Edeltrod.
Yes. That is
I
our
speak
duty.
frankly with you.
when you said yes, it's our duty, and at the same time, Gustav is well. I'll be we'll be frank with you. You see that Ginter, he first looks at you, Johannes, but then when he hears what Gustav is saying, you see that he smiles. Just nods his head and looks at you. Yes, you should be frank with a Templar of Sigmar, boy.
Always.
You should be honest, because sniffing out falsehood and heresy is the sole reason for our existence. So, spit it
In
out.
our trade and in our religion, we deal mostly with the suffering of the living, but I'm afraid the mother goddess has no way of dealing with the source of suffering. And my friend here and I, we are apothecaries. We've heard of what happened here, that there was some drug involved. And I bare my heart to you when I say that we want to prevent this from happening again, if there's anything we can do.
He looks at you for a long time. So you've heard about Crimson Shade.
I look down like the word disgusts me. We have.
My retinue, and he nods towards, his people who are still very busy, like, taking evidence, collecting evidence, doing forensic stuff. They don't even look at you, none of them. My people have found, traces. We haven't found traces, we found that Gaston was apparently a huge enjoyer of this filth. What we gathered from the staff seems to what's the word? Corroborate?
Yeah.
Seems to corroborate this theory. They said that the man, he was a student he was a student here in Altdorf. That he liked experimenting with various drugs, bringing women of illicit trade to his family's house, disappear for whole weeks on drunken and drug-fueled which is I can't think today. Sorry, guys. What's the word? Like
Orgies,
when
I guess.
yeah, orgies or binges. I think also right.
Yeah, benders.
Yeah, benders. However, and he says as he very slowly walks around, the whole three of you, just looking at you. However, the staff also said that he never really was aggressive before. Oh, sure, he had a dirty mouth, and he was a known fiend when it comes to dealing with women, but he never raised a hand against any of the staff or against any of his family members. Until last night, when he slashed open poor Adelgis Schnitzel's throat with a single swing of his rapier. And then it got really nasty, says Gint. Because as it turns out, he wasn't the only Schnitzer who was addicted to Crimson Shade. But before I tell you any more of this, what are you planning to do here, really? You want to speak with the widow? And what then? Humor me. And I might, have use of you. Disappoint me. And the best thing that will happen to you, from me, will be banishment from this place.
One of my patients I was examining in the midst of what I believe to be an overdose, and he became violent and ran off. And I fear the worst for him. And it's my duty as a Shalian to try and find something within our skill set to prevent these overdoses from being deadly. Something we can give people overdosing. And I hope there's something we'd be able to find here, as well as my normal duties as a Shalian.
I see. And what about you?
Yeah.
He looks at you, Johannes.
Yeah. Yes. We want to stop the spread of this terrible scourge. It can't be good for, as we can see here, it cannot be good for the Empire.
Tell me, because I know that what happened here is already on the lips of Altdorf. The journalists and agitators are probably already spinning tales about the elite of the Empire killing each other and their faithful servants because they're all mad or cultists of the powers from the north or other such nonsense like this. You hear that he used this term very loosely. You know that speaking things like that in the street would be very dangerous, but this man apparently gives no fucks.
Yeah.
But, and he points his left, the finger of his left hand into the air. But there is no information on the street about the Crimson Shade being involved. How did you learn about this? How did you learn that schnitzers were addicts? Well, not all of them, of course, but that there were addicts among them who lost control.
We didn't hear that. Yeah, we didn't hear that. What we heard was that there was a strange occurrence, and as my friend here said, we had already seen somebody under the influence of these drugs, and we were concerned that this was more widespread than one incident. So we traveled here to see if we could figure out what is happening.
All right. So technically, you are lying to him. Yes.
No, I don't think that's a lie.
Actually, I think that's. I think
you are lying to him.
Really?
I mean, well, I don't know. Oh no, actually, no. Wait, you're not. Okay, my bad. Sure. Yeah.
No. I mean, I'm not. I'm completely omitting all the stuff that led us to this, other than what he already admitted about the fighter.
Yeah.
Or he didn't say it was a fighter, but one of his patients, and that we heard it, but I didn't say where we heard it from, and that we're trying to figure out where these drugs are coming
from. All the bars that this might have been another Crimson Shade incident, like some of the random attacks around town you've heard about.
You're saying this?
Yeah, well, when he says that it's not that the information is not out there, I said, well, people are talking about because it was a violent incident that was much more people, but it kind of matched the description of other things that have happened involving Crimson Shade.
I see.
So we suspected.
You are quite inquisitive for a Shalian. Your creed usually prefer to wallow in self-pity and your, needed but ultimately completely pointless bleeding heart ideology.
I close my eyes, clench my eyes when he says that, it hurt my feelings.
Then again, your creed is useful to the Empire. It is useful to the masses. Even though my opinion is that good people of this nation do not need any other gods besides Sigmar. I see the uses of deities like Shalia, Verena, even the foreign Myrmidia. But you surprise me, Wastelander, and I can hear your accent. You're from Marienburg.
Yes, a physician Shalian is a bit of a contradiction in itself. Some view it as butchery, but it is the cutting edge of science.
Wow. Clearly you know your stuff. Very well. I am pleasantly surprised with you. Although I do not know what the woman is here for. I didn't bought even for a second that tale about you becoming a nun. You can even feel Marla just getting red on her face when he says that. You have this air of, well, of someone else, we'll just say. Right. I see that you mean well. So you have my permission to snoop around this place. Learn about everything that you can. Discover clues.
I bow in appreciation.
Just make sure not to get in the way of my followers. And he once again nods to his retinue. Not to steal anything, of course. And if you find any meaningful lead, I expect that you tell me about this. Tell me about it.
Of course.
The Empire, we live in dark times. There's still fighting in the north and east. The unquiet dead in Sylvania, the feral greenskins, beasts in the forests, and the thrice cursed warlord who brought all of this onto our fair lands is still unaccounted for. He's still somewhere out there. Altdorf is the capital of the Empire. We need to make sure that it is safe. We need to make sure that whatever is happening here with this drug is contained. You've mentioned that you know about other incidents, about the fact that the streets are flooded with this filth.
Yes.
The fact that you
I
want
wouldn't
to
say more than you know, because I'm sure you know, but yes, it is.
very well. After you do your duty here, speak with me before leaving. If I'm satisfied with your progress, with your findings, I may share something with you. If not, then I'll just let you go without any consequences. I'll be here in this room. You can talk to me when you're done. And with that, without bowing or even nodding to you, he just turns his back on you and approaches one of his followers and starts asking him about probably what he found in the dining room. The three of you, Gustav and Johannes, you can feel your hands shaking. Gustav, when you take a glance towards Mara, you see that she is just deathly pale on her face with fear. Only insane.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Only insane look for a witch hunter. And it really takes someone of incredible will to withstand an interrogation from one of those, grim warrior investigators.
What was that?
What was that? Yeah.
I don't know. Like a robot.
And you are here right now in this room with one of the so-called Hounds of Sigmar. And he just told you that if you do well, he might share some information with you. But for that, we'll have to wait till next time. Because we are, I think, finishing right now. It's been like almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I think that's a reasonable length.
Yes.
So, 70 points for both of you. 10 points for your characters, of course. Religion, Gustav, 10 points. Johannes, 10 points, of course. Very nice usage of Shalia and Sigmar. Star signs, Gustav, what about you?
The dancer. When we were talking about how we should carry the situation, I said that since we're already in, we might as well go deeper and say that we want a piece of this because that's the human thing to do, and anything else would look strange.
Nice. Okay, 10 points. Johannes.
Oh, excuse me. The star sign, the Piper. So I'm trying to think. Did I make deals with anybody today? I feel like.
Actually, you did. I think
Yeah.
you did with the elf, and you did with the
Yeah.
Templar. That was a sort
Okay.
of deal, I think.
Yeah.
And you
Okay.
presented it very well. Same with the Reiksguard knights outside the Schnitzer's mansion. Yeah, 10 points for you, of course. Gustav, your doom.
Thou shalt suppeth from the cup of corruption. When we were having dinner, I was waving the cup around like in several different, using it as a prop.
Okay, I can give you 5 points for that. Maybe there was something else.
Like reference I made, but like there was like the one was Marla. Like I poured more wine in her cup and she was.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, yeah, I know that was pretty smart. So I'll give you 10. So max for the doom and gloom. And what about you, Johannes? What about your doom?
I got the peacock thing going. And I still don't think I did anything. I should have given Lambert shit about his fancy clothes, but I forgot to. So I don't think I got anything for Doom today, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I actually was even thinking that you might be, saying something to the knights or talking about the knights and and the guards here, but you didn't. But no worries, no problemo.
That's more that's more self-preservation.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so after that we'll have ideas that push the scenario forward. Gustav, you
Place
had
of
any?
birth.
Place of birth. Marienburg, 10 points for you, of course. You did mention Wasteland, Marienburg, and what about your place of birth, Johannes?
I said some things about Reichland, but I'm trying to remember what I specifically said.
I recall you saying something about Reichland. That's true.
Yeah.
I don't remember what, but I was pleased with that, so I'll give you 10 points for that.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it felt like a throwaway at the time, but I was like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as long as it was organic, slightly, that's all good.
Yeah. No, I definitely wasn't trying for it too much. I just was like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ideas that push the scenarios forward for you, Gustav. You did anything?
Is the idea to become fake drug dealers an idea?
I think so. Yeah. Yes, I think so. I think the 5 points for you is warranted. Johannes.
I just think the idea to pretend that we're Shalian cleaners.
Yeah,
is the only idea I came
very
up
cool.
Yeah,
that was great. 5 points for you as well, of course.
Okay, cool.
And so, Gustav, take half of your XP, add it to Marla's character sheet.
Okay.
And before next game, spend her experience points if she can, of course. Spend it. I'm not sure if she has enough for advance. I would suggest some kind of skill this time, but of course it's up to you. And yeah, so that's it. That's it for today. We'll be hearing from each other on the 5th of November. Yeah. So thank you very much for the game, guys, and I'll see you next time.
All right, thanks.
Okay, cool.
Take care.
See you.
Bye bye.